Rafał z tą dziką pozycją. Zobacz, co on wyprawia na backline. Forsaken. Antonio, on niekryty. Dołapie eliminację i to będzie multi-kill.
Smoka wycięte i jeszcze wezmą ich w dodatku top lanera.
Hello, 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 everybody. It's Ultraliga Day. With me and Solari, we are going to bring you into this amazing world of esports, mostly in Ultraliga.
I love how you put it. But yes, today is promising to be a really exciting day for all of you Ultraliga fans and to us personally, because some of the matchups are really curious to me personally, but I think it's worth to mention that if you wait throughout the whole day today, the last match just promises to be a piece of a cake.
Actually, match of the day. We don't have match of the week today. It's going to appear tomorrow. But what will happen tomorrow will happen tomorrow. Let's not talk about it. Maybe let's take a look at the graphic and maybe let's discuss what awaits for us today. We are going to start off with Gripchocraft against Zero Tenacity. An interesting matchup, to be honest. Looking at the performance of Zero Tenacity from the last week. Next up, Iron Wolves and Orbit Anonymo, two teams that I don't know what to expect about from. Lodis and Forsaken, another pretty interesting match, but just seeing how Forsaken performed in the last week. I mean, the Korean power coming from those players is just amazing. And then the last match of today, back to the game, taking on devils.one.
Yes, both of them are sitting at 1-1 score. Both of them look incredibly strong. We already saw the claims of that from them in the previous split. So this split, they're just upping it up. They're upping the power to like 1000% or something. So I am personally really looking forward to this last match of today. But yeah, every other match today is going to be really interesting. I'm curious about what Gripchocraft are going to bring in. They have kind of been surprising us the previous week, ending 8 with a perfect 2-0. The only other team that managed to do so is Forsaken. So it gotta tell you something about how competitive, first of all, this split of Ultraliga looks, and second of all, how much the tables have turned compared to the previous split, because all the teams that were on the top in the previous split and in the previous splits even, they are now on the bottom, and vice versa. Those who were struggling are now finding themselves basking in the glory.
That's a quite interesting scenario. I mean, we would expect Zero Tenacity to maybe drop a map or two during the regular split. We were expecting Orbit Anonymo to not perform as well as they did in the spring due to roster changes and some other stuff. We were expecting Back to the Game to be a really good team fighting for the second or maybe third spot, but when we reverse the bracket, it's actually how it's looked like because we have Zero Tenacity and Orbit Anonymo without any wins thus far. That's surprising. That's actually against all the predictions
Yeah.
we've made, and that's a wake up call for them for sure.
A very loud one, I gotta say. For Orbit and Anonymo, it is not something we are fully surprised by. I would say with the whole roster change, it is not the same team as it was in the previous split. The name is the same, but all 5 players under it are completely different people. So it is expected that they might have weird results, especially in the very beginning of the split when everybody's kind of just waking up, you know. But for Zero Tenacity, the team that has to defend their title in this split, the team that hasn't changed their roster, that has been preparing in the off season, for them to find themselves with the 0-2 first week, it has to be disappointing.
Yes, surprising might not be the word strong enough to describe what happened. I mean, losing the game against Back to the Game in the first day was crazy. There were a lot of ups and downs, Nashor happening,
Oh
some
yeah.
flank attempts, etc. So it was crazy, and we have to give the credit to Back to the Game. Nice game in the end, and they won. But then against Forsaken, we just wasn't so sure about it. I mean, yeah, Forsaken is also the full roster change in this season. We were discussing a lot about the 3 Korean players joining the Ultraliga. We're comparing them to the players that Zero Tenacity brought in the last 2 splits, but we just wasn't so sure. Right now, we are 100% sure that Forsaken clearly were the better team a week ago. What will happen this week? As I mentioned before, it needs to be a wake-up call. Otherwise, it might be too late for the Zero Tenacity to fight for the first place. Yes, of course, there are playoffs. Yes, of course, with the changed EMEA Masters format, we have like 4 spots to this tournament, to the Swiss stage, to the qualification stage. So it's not the game over now. It might not even be a game over after this week. But the team of this quality, of this history, they just need to win.
I guess that is why we both decided to predict them today. Look at that, both of us picked Zero Tenacity, even though they are 0-2. And they're going against Grapecraft, who are 2-0 as a result of the previous week. It looks like our belief in Zero Tenacity is still a little bit strong to deny it. And Zero Tenacity are the ones who need to have the same faith in themselves, because otherwise, yet again, it is just a very disappointing beginning of the split for them. They of course still have the room, the time to wake up and show us exactly what they're made of, but there is always a promise with Zero Tenacity, and lately it's like they do deliver, but they deliver it much later than everybody expects them to.
And it all started in the EMEA Masters, the spring season of EMEA Masters. Not making it out of groups, not even doing a 1 win. Then this little drama about Heavy joining in for the last game. It just wasn't looking so good. But we were thinking like, okay, it's the same roster, basically even stronger because they grabbed some substitutes as Pookie Style and Ariana. So yeah, roster looks really strongly good. They have the synergy. They have the bureau. They are boot camping like constantly. Good background, good fundamentals, good everything. So they just need to be good. But yeah, the first week was disappointing. We need to still believe in them. If they are going to let me down on my predictions, not only mine prediction, I do believe that pretty much everyone's prediction this week, then I'm going to be sad. But not for long, because it would mean that Grapecraft is going to continue this small winning streak. Let's just quickly go back into the previous week. Winning against Iron Wolves in the their first match of the split was okay. I mean, Belit going 10-0 as Lee Sin. That's more than okay.
Shut up.
But then, winning against Orbit Anonymo with a pretty okay style. Once again, Belit without a single death during the first week. That's my jungler of the week.
I don't remember who was my jungle of the week. Quite possibly Bellot as well, but we had quite a few of those to pick up, to be fair.
I
But
mean, it was either him or Zioner, basically.
yeah, probably. It's
Yeah.
between the two after the previous week. But I got a question. So if Cryptocraft win against Zero Tenacity today, it means a lot of things for Zero Tenacity. Of course, it also means a lot for Cryptocraft, them reestablishing themselves as one of the leaders of the scoreboard today. But as of beginning of the day, they're sitting there together with Forsaken. Forsaken are playing against Matty USA LODIS today. Do we think that this is going to be an easy game for them and they will keep battling for this first place for Cryptocraft?
The thing with Matty USA Lodis is that maybe it's not a really young roster because they've played the previous split in the second division. They have some players with some experience during the last years, actually. I mean, when we look at the names like Xavi or PMK, you might be thinking, oh, that's a rookie. That's the guy I don't know much about. The Wikipedia says pretty much nothing. But they were playing in like the third division type of tournaments in Poland recently. They are well known in the community. They were developing their skills, constantly hitting Grandmasters season after season. So it's a nice team. But I do believe that nice is the word that explains them the best because they are nice, they are okay, then can fight, they can win sometimes, they can even outplay back to the game, which was amazing. But then looking at Forsaken, looking at the quality of those players, it just feels like it's not the time for Matty USA to, constantly be giving week after week the surprises, as we saw a couple of days ago. But from the other hand, there is nothing like the, good time to surprise anything because it's not a surprise anymore.
After the beautiful performance of Back to the Game when they just joined the first division and they almost made it to the finals of the previous split of Ultraliga, yeah, I feel like we kind of have the bar for the newer teams who are joining first division, and this bar is really high. It is really high. But Maria said Loris, yes, they did lose one game on the previous week. It was against devils.one, so it wasn't the easiest match of all, especially to begin the week with. They even told us on the second day on the interview, because they won the second game, of course. They told us on the interview that they did feel very worried and very much under the stress when they were playing their first game with the first division. So hopefully the stress is going to wash off completely as we progress through the split, and they're going to feel better and better and show us some more from them, because I feel like this team does have a little bit more up their sleeve.
I mean, in the end, it's the the coaching staff of Inca, the guy who were constantly getting promotion from the second division to the first one, and sadly for him, because it's not so nice of a statistic, he's been dropping from the first division to the second, which means his place is somewhere in between. We don't have the league, something in between the first and second division. So he finally needs to decide if he wants to stay or if he wants to just keep conquering the second division. But with players like Domoles, with players like Ketim, who are having the experience of playing in the first division, who are having an experience to be screaming against decent teams, who's been with a coach Inca for quite a long time. These are the fundamentals that actually makes me thinking that they could go for a nice run. Maybe not as good as Back to the Game. Maybe we always want to look for miracles. But just looking at the fourth and fifth spot, trying to be in between, being into the playoffs and being outside of playoffs, and then deciding in the last week, that would be an exciting scenario.
It would, of course, be much better for them to get into the playoffs and to finish in the fourth spot, because it means that they would go to EMEA Masters on their very first split in the first division, which would be a pretty big success. I would put it this way. Back to the Game did try to do exactly the same thing previous split, but they couldn't really cut it through Zero Tenacity at the very last, very decisive moment. But maybe for Lotus this time, it's going to be a different case. Who else do we have today that we haven't touched upon? Orbit Anonymo versus Iron Wolves. I feel like we haven't really talked much about them yet.
Yeah, we haven't yet, mostly because I still don't know what to think about this roster of Iron Wolves at the beginning, at the very first day in the pre-show. I do believe we have put them together with Kasper around like seventh place. It just doesn't look like a strong of a roster.
Yeah.
Feels like a group of friends, a pack of wolves, gathering together, trying to play a game, trying
Yeah.
to have fun, trying to stay in Ultraliga because they do have a team, they do have a structures and everything, but they are not 0-2 like some of the teams we would have wouldn't thought that would be in this spot. So there is some kind of misery again on this team, for me at least. I don't know how to specify and how to describe the strength of Iron Wolves.
They will need to find some strength today for sure. Just judging by the pure numbers, the matchup today doesn't look too hard for them. Orbit and Anonymo are a renewed and very young and fresh team. They're still looking for their footing in the game. And while I love some individual performance from some of the players there, as a team, as a singular unit, they still have a lot to work on. So for Iron Wolves, maybe in that sense, it's going to be easier because they do seem to have one same idea whenever they come to the Summoners Rift, and that's something that has been a constant for them as a team, regardless of which players they put on this roster. They always want one thing from them to be a constant, and it's their team fighting spirit. So I do think that in today's matchup they did have an upper hand. They did win in the end on their first day, and it was no, it was the second day that they won, and they won against devils.one, which we just talked about it. They do look like a pretty strong contestant in this season. So Wolves, I think so far we can put them on the same place as devils.one, so somewhere in the upper mid of the scoreboard. But maybe today's match is going to prove us wrong.
It just feels like we're putting everybody on the upper side of the board, which means we will have
True.
like 8 teams in the EMEA Masters. Just going with this idea of putting teams. But yeah, it's really hard to decide who's going to fall off eventually. It's really hard to predict who's going to perform the worst out of the teams because we were surprised by the week number 1 and we cannot really decide. For me, it feels like it might be Iron Wolves, but just might. The winning against devils.one, winning against Krisha on Kartus, starting like 4-0 or 5-0 maybe on the early game, going with the tempo, going with the momentum, but still shutting him down several times. That's an achievement. That's the play style of the Iron Wolves that you mentioned, the
Mhm.
spirit, the will to be putting everything into a fight, especially in team fights. It was just, good to watch from the perspective of a viewer. It might be stressful from the perspective of a fan, of a supporting person for Iron Wolves because you can't really expect them, to win the whole thing. But still, putting a good fight against devils.one, that almost were the reason for me to predicting them. I went with Orbit Anonymo mostly because I know those lads from the second division, and I do have a little bit more faith in this project.
So Majutek is a person coming from the second division, so he's only a very tiny bit biased. Every time he sees a team or a player from the second division, he's gonna be like, "Damn, my boys, I'm gonna predict them till the day I die." So Majutek is still alive. That's why he's still predicting on anybody he sees from Division 2.
Yeah, and I have a lot of problems in this split, especially because besides from Zero Tenacity and Iron Wolves, I do believe like every team has some players who's been playing in the in the second division within like a year or so. So my heart just tears apart whenever I need to make a prediction. For example, Gripcho, maybe not Gripcho, but back to the game against devils.one. These two teams, I've been casting their matches like a year ago in the second division. Then back to the game got promoted. devils.one got promoted. Right now, Matty USA LODIS got promoted. That you are taking the best teams from the second division, and I'm happy for my boys. I'm happy that I have an opportunity to cheer for them and cast their matches.
So wait, during week number 5, there is going to be a matchup between Back to the Game and Lotus, and that's gonna be a tricky one. Who do you think you're gonna predict there?
Last week I went with back to the game and I lost the bet. So
Yeah.
maybe I will just reverse the decision.
So
Yeah.
you think you're just going, when it's a rematch, you're just going to go the other way around as you did in the previous match.
I mean, I don't know if you saw me doing the predictions on the previous splits of the second division. I just decided to flip a coin. And one split, I had exactly 50% of possible points. I've been just flipping the coin, ups or down.
How come I never thought of that?
I
I think I
just
once rolled the dice to try to make a prediction for me. I also had a crazy idea to make my dog predict for me, maybe for some playoffs. When you put two little bowls of food in front of her, and one of them is going for one team, the other one is going for the other team, and whichever she decides to eat from first is going to be the winning team. Maybe I'll do that.
that's something to think of. Just a disclaimer: I went last place on the predictions, mostly because I had only 50% of correct guesses. But according to maths and probability and everything, it checks out. I had a 50% on a coin flip, so I can't be mad about it.
You shouldn't be mad about it, at least. By the way, tell me, are you flipping the coin this time or not?
No. This
Okay.
time I got a lot of comments saying that I'm not a real expert because I don't have the guts to actually predict something. From what I saw, and I saw like 600 matches of the second division during the last 4 years. So a lot of people were saying that I need to do a proper predictions this time. So I'm doing it, and I'm like second right now, so it checks out.
Second with everybody?
No, with pretty much half of the stake, but I'm 1 point off the first place, something like that. But we had this, crazy reverse day in the second division where our producer Yukano just went with the opposite teams to what everybody was predicting, and he got 4 out of 5. Just like
Not bad. Okay, not bad.
the second division is pretty much the hardest to predict, but the first division, the first Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga, is also pretty tough because, as we mentioned in the beginning, nobody would predict Orbit Anonymo and Zero Tenacity going 0-2.
I found the sheet with all of the casters and their predictions. For some reason, you're not on it, by the way. There is Dr. Pepper instead of you.
Is it an upgrade then?
I like Dr. Pepper quite a lot, so it might be. No offense.
No offense taken. Yeah, but I saw the sheet and I was like, why am I even putting predictions? Why am I even, doing the
For the
analysis and
competitive
everything when
spirit.
you're not putting me into the graphics?
But you remember we we give the promise to everyone here in Ultraliga English that whoever gets the most points is going to be crowned.
I'm going to start posting my predictions on X
Yeah.
just for everybody to see it, and I'm going to actually every week, quote the tweet of the Ultraliga and put my predictions and be mad about it. So maybe someday they will just expand the graphics and add a little me somewhere.
Actually do that, please.
I'm going to do it like in a second. Actually,
Do so.
everybody.
Do so
We
right now.
are waiting for the draft to start. We've heard that there were some technical problems, but it should be fixed
Yeah.
soon-ish, hopefully.
Should be fixed around now, hopefully. So. Okay, we will be going into the draft very, very soon, so it's all right. Before that, I think you have enough time to make a mad tweet about the lack of you in the predictions. And I'm gonna tell y'all in the meantime, that I'm sitting on 4 points, which is actually more than almost anybody. But for some reason, DrBrilmann, who hasn't even made an appearance yet, is sitting on 8 points.
That's a
I am
robbery!
on second place, and I have 4 points difference with DrBrilmann.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the sheet right now, and it's basically a blank space on DrBrilmann's side. So how on earth could he get like 8 points? It's rigged.
Maybe it's a collective mind or some AI that has analyzed all of the games of Ultraliga ever in existence, and it's acting in the place of DrBrilmann, and it's putting in the predictions, and it's doing a mighty good job at that.
Not possible. It wouldn't have predicted Zero Tenacity going 0-2. I don't believe that any machine or any human being, or maybe just the crazy enough one would predict.
Speaking of crazy enough, how about we switch the gears and go right into the draft, everybody? Craft 2-0 on the blue side, Zero Tenacity 0-2 on the red side. The opposite scenarios for both of these teams here. Let's see what is going to be happening. We're playing on patch 14.11 today, by the way. Not too big of changes compared to the previous week, but still some interesting things.
The most interesting thing is that on 14.10 in the second division we had some lane swaps. In the first division we had some attempts, for example, back to the game, lane swapping against Zero Tenacity, for example. At 14.11 there's been some changes that might suggest we won't see or actually we'll see much less lane swaps. That's the first one, that's the starter.
Yeah.
If you've been watching LEC, that also means we could have some nice amount of Hueys in the middle, some less Varus on the bot lane and stuff like that.
And Zyra jungle. Please, can there be a Zyra jungle? This is
And
my
Zyra
favorite team to
jungle,
ever
yes,
exist.
we had it. Elioya played it.
If there is one thing that is gonna stop my League sobriety streak, it is going to be Zyra jungle. I might fall into that trap one day, but you know what? It doesn't matter. Blue side is picking up the Korotkiy for Ature on the mid lane as the first pick. Zero Tenacity are quick with the answers. There is Kalista for Harpoon and Rek'Sai most likely for Melonic.
Okay, that's a nice answer. I mean, going with Kalista is nothing to be really surprised about. With those changes, around really strong carries on the bot lane, we won't see pretty much insta-locking Caitlyn, Jinx, Aphelios, stuff like that without, any thought going through your head. You cannot just smash the button. You need to think about what do you want to play. So Kalista matching against Korotkiy looks like a decent lane for her. She still should be worried about Korotkiy because he's doing hell damage even at the first levels. And going with Rek'Sai, that's something I can't analyze right now. I just need to see more of the composition pieces.
You seem to really like the idea that this Korotkiy is going to the bot lane, even though we have seen Korotkiys on the mid lane, I think, more frequently in Division 1 so far than on the bot lane.
Yep, I just like the idea of, starting with Korotkiy, baiting enemy team. You need to either answer for it to the middle or to the AD carry position, but we had it all, think through during the ban phase that we are going to put Korotkiy on the bot side of the map. I feel like Fetsky is enough of a guy who could play basically anything. So whatever is best for the team, I feel like, Korotkiy plus Nautilus is pretty nice setup for Viego, for example, who's been locked in to play through the bot side.
Either way, this trio for Craft already looks like a pretty strong one. I especially love the fact that they took away the Nautilus from Zero Tenacity, because otherwise Kalista Nautilus, this is a lane that has too much of kill pressure to deal with. But Zero Tenacity did find an answer into her. We see Leona reappearing in the meta more and more these days, mostly actually exactly as an answer to Nautilus whenever this first choice hook champion is not available.
Leona actually, for me at least, feels like in the current state of the meta, like the only answer for Nautilus that you could actually match him, not only in the lane but actually in the team fights. And without Nautilus on the other side, it just, for me, it doesn't look like you're going to lock in Leona like 95% of the times. You are going with Braum with a pretty high win ratio. You're even going with Renata or Rakan, depends on what you need. Leona just feels like an answer and not much, over this idea.
Ooh, haven't seen this one for a long time. This is Victor looking for Kofti, and now I am praying that you are right and this Korotkiy is going to the bot lane, because otherwise we're gonna be doomed to watch Victor Korotkiy mid lane. That said though, it's going to be, if it happens even in the first place, it's going to be a different Korotkiy Victor bot lane compared to what we are used to, because Korotkiy is a different guy now. Time has actually been kind to him because it has changed him quite a lot, and now he's a little bit more he has a little bit of a quicker start compared to before.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen hundreds of games where Korotkiy and Victor were playing against each other. in the middle, so I'm expecting them to not force us to do so, even though Korotkiy right now with a different passive, with no package, is a different champion, hovering Pantheon. I don't believe it's going to be a lock-in right now. Ari looks like the pick for you.
Yes, it's Korotkiy bot lane, finally. It might actually be the first Korotkiy bot that we're gonna have in Ultraliga. I'm pretty sure.
Most probably.
Mm-hmm. And
we need a
Tenacity,
scout guy.
Tenacity are going to be playing against this Ari on the mid lane, and on top lane, that is going to be Xante for Group Checkout for Majutek versus the Camille for Linnik. Now that is an interesting one. I think I quite like Camille here, because she is going to be really useful for Group to lock down some of their champions who really want to be moving. If you think about it, all of the carries on Group side really value their freedom of movement. So locking down Ari, for example, is going to be up to Linnik, and Camille is a perfect champion to do so.
And not only that, the Hector ultimatum could lock you down. For example, like Ari cannot escape this, even though she has like 3 charges on her ultimate. But also Rek'Sai will be hunting for you to knock you up. Victor will take some of the space away from you with the magnetic field. Leona will add something to that. It all leads to, you know, Kalista having the space to close up the distance, to actually go about the right range to throw some autos in. So the comp is working really well in theory. And about this matchup on top lane, I do believe that Kasante has some opportunities to outplay Camille, but if he don't succeed till like level 11 or something like that, Linnik is just going to crush him.
That is the tricky part about this matchup, because Xante feels really weak pre-level 6. Camille is not really eager to fight pre-level 6 either, but it's not even because of level 6. Her power spike comes with a Shin. So for Xante, there is a really tiny window to try to dominate the lane if he especially wants to go for a kill on Camille, and this is between he hits level 6 and before Camille backs and comes back to the lane with a Shin. If he manages to find this window, beautiful, because that is when he's stronger than her. If not, it might be a bit too late.
Yeah, it might be pretty interesting during the time, as you mentioned, you know, in between some recalls and stuff. It might be dependent on the position and performance of the junglers, but what I'm really looking forward to is what is going to happen on bot lane. Because on the one side we have Leona, on the other we have Nautilus. It might be a bloodbath after level 2.
I sure hope it's gonna be a bloodbath after level 2, my friend. With Leona especially, I wanted Doric to go all out onto the enemies with this Leona. We'll see if it's going to happen or not, but everybody, welcome to the first match of the day and the first match of the week. Craft versus Zero Tenacity. And I have no idea what the outcome is going to be, but actually I'm starting to have a feeling that my prediction might have been incorrect. And I'm just quickly having a look at it, and I gotta tell you, I predicted Craft and not Zero Tenacity.
Oh, so the little icon underneath your name was
It
wrong.
was wrong. It was wrong. It was lying to us. I don't know who did that to us, but that was not nice. And now I am going to be a full-on believer in Craft. Yeah, Zero Tenacity, 0-2. How could he get out of this? Not here, not today. Craft going to smash you down. There you go.
I have a deja vu. Didn't you went with Iron Wolf last week, and you decided to, you know, continue with this narrative, and eventually you got the point in the predictions, mostly because Iron Wolves surprised everybody?
I don't know what you're talking about. Never happened.
Okay.
No. Mm-mm.
All right. All right. Fingers crossed for both of teams, actually. I would love to see both of them winning. First of all, Craft to continue the winning streak as they started a couple of days ago. And for Zero Tenacity to break the curse, because I don't believe that the team of this quality should keep on losing. But hey, playing against Craft is not that easy either.
No, they need to keep their win streak. Rapture really should be keeping their momentum from that one, because it's a really nice one. And if they stumble today, it's going to be a huge possibility for Forsaken to just stay there unbeaten so far on the top of the scoreboard. I wonder for how long the win streaks are going to last for anybody, because we have constantly been seeing records from Orbit and Anonymo, especially in the previous split. They almost went with a perfect split there, but yeah, one small stumble towards the end of the split stopped it. But other than that, yeah, the question to me is going to be when those two teams are finally going to find their first Ls.
Perfect split. It's definitely an urban legend. It didn't happen ever. Everybody's talking about it. Everybody's talking about it like it's a myth, like it's something unachievable. And whenever somebody gets close of achieving it, you know what happens.
Yeah, you fly too close to the stars and you might just find your wings getting a little bit burned down. But right now the only thing that is burning is the bot lane, but that is not something anybody should be surprised about, to be honest, because this is the duo that is going to kill you if you as much as overstep on them even a little bit. But maybe in jungle somebody is going to overstep because Blurzer is taking the red buff that doesn't really belong to him, but there is no way Bellic is going to stop this steal because Erdori has moved in. Harpoon is also not to be seen anywhere, but they're going in. Blurzer is coming in. Oh, very nice! Zenith Blade coming in from Erdori onto Bellic. He is ignited and he is ticking, but he is not going to die. Sacrificed the flash, but kept alive.
Oh my, going in with a flash, such an aggressive play. I was expecting just to, contest this camp, just throw Bellic away from his own jungle, force him on a worse recall, but not going that aggressively. That was a nicely planned straight from the level 1, where Kalista and Leona started pushing in. Blurzer had this idea in mind a couple of minutes ago to just go in for this red buff, and not only, he tried to go for a kill.
We also missed some action on the mid lane, apparently, because that is a mighty low health bar right there on Korotkiy. Same for Artoria, to be honest. Couldn't have resulted in any kills in the end, because also look at the mana pools. Not anymore, because Korotkiy is recalled, but the mana pools were really low as well. But it looked like some mighty heated argument happened there on the mid lane. I want to see more of that happening there, to be honest, especially since both of them are really close to getting to their level 6.
Zero Tenacity is definitely challenging Gripchacraft to play their game, and Gripchacraft is like, alright, okay, we like this, we like the brawl, we like to be challenged, we like some action going, especially on the bot lane. Just looking at Fetsky, maybe Korotkiy is not the ideal tool to be playing aggressively, but don't get me wrong, this guy is finding every possible opportunity to trade, even an additional outer attack.
For Korotkiy, the reward Korotkiy, it is really important to trade those additional auto attacks. Not as much right now, maybe, because he's on level 4, but after level 6 is unlocked, the auto attacks are going to mean a lot for that little guy. He is, however, going to have to wait until he's going to become fully aggressive. Korotkiy does have a little bit of the weak beginning of the game ever since the rework happened. Not that it's too different from previously, to be honest. He has never been an early game guy, but now it's even more apparent. He needs to get his at least 2 items. That is going to be perfect. But speaking of the things that are starting to happen for the team, Zero Tenacity are at the Drake already, taking the first Drake of the game, the Cloud one. With how much prio they had on the bot lane, should anybody be surprised about that?
No, and actually I was thinking if you could you go with the Kalista Leona even one step ahead and just rotate through mid lane, rotate for grabs. As we are speaking, it's only a couple of seconds before the spawn of the first grabbies. Sentu is already on the mid lane trying to look for something. Kofte without the mana.
Oh, Kofte has no mana, which means he needs to flush away because Artoria is around. The ultimate from Victor wasn't really hitting Ari. She was too far away, and Gripcha had way too many phases on this mid lane, so a really good decision from Kofte right there. But Blurzer, are you hunting? Just for the words, but it's a good hunt.
That was a charm that landed on the creep, unluckily for Artoria. He was looking for a better angle to try to make something out of this position where his support and jungler were covering for him. But that's still a flash and an ultimate, out from Kofte. Right now we are transitioning to the bot side of the map. Bellic decided to go for a lane gang, but this lane is pushed really deep.
Well, Faretsky is firing in, but he's taking a lot of damage in return. Actually, I'm not sure what the idea was there, but nothing happened.
Oh my. I mean, a lot of trades here and there. I mean, cleans for flash and their flash and ultimate and, a lot of fighting happening, but nobody really died this time. It's a minute number 7. The 8th already started, and Bluezor is hunting not only for the blue buff, but actually looking at the vision, looking at the position of his top laner. He might be considering even grabs, but no, he decided he has too many camps left available on the top side of the map, which he just don't want to lose.
And maybe he just wanted some chicken, Happens to the best of us. You just want a little bit of chicken sometimes. Even if your top lane has the prio, the mid lane doesn't really have a very definitive one, so it's hard to work around that one. Plus, it didn't really have the positioning onto Bellet up until Melonic went in and popped the Scryer's Bloom. That is the name, I remember it. The Scryer's Bloom in the enemy jungle. But they're still not doing it. I'm surprised to see nobody really paying any attention to it whatsoever. But Bluezor has other plans apparently. He's around the bot lane, hasn't yet been spotted on this ward in the Tribush, so he's keeping a really good position.
Bellet is still somewhere around, trying to hover. Okay, Bluezor got exposed, so no dive happening this time. Luckily for the side of GRP, because playing against Kalista and Leona is extremely dangerous in the beginning of the map. And hey, we saw it like 5 minutes ago, but Bellet, you didn't see any of it. You didn't see your red buff in this game.
No, sorry, no red buff for you in this game, Bellet. Maybe you can try to take a taste of the enemy ones, but not yours. Sorry. But yeah, I agree with you on terms of Artoria. I don't agree with Artoria's terms right now because his health bar is looking dangerously low, but no follow-up is possible for Kofte. No flash, remember, after the exchange a little bit earlier. But on the bot lane, the tower dive would have been deadly, right? Especially because of Bluezor, because of the knock-up. It could have given enough time for Zero Tenacity to lay more control on top of that and to deal even more damage with Kalista.
Yeah, Harpoon, especially when he's playing with Hail of Blades. I mean, the damage output within the first 3 autos is like, 1.5 seconds, and boom, you're just dead because I'm going lethality Kalista, which is a thing recently in the last couple of patches. Is he going to make it to the base? Yes, Sentu didn't even see a thing. And I wanted to discuss one more topic. We've been talking about top lane matchup, Melonic getting the Sheen, Majutek trying to play somewhere in between those timers. No, that time has come. Melonic has his Sheen, which means it's going to be really hard, but with the help of jungler...
With the help of jungler, maybe it's not going to be that hard. Hexic Ultimatum is out and running onto Melonic. He's going to flash away, but they're all out! Right under the turret! I'm not sure, Majutek, if it was a good idea.
I'm not sure if he wanted to do that. Looked like he was trying to go all out, a split second before Melonic was able to flash.
Before the E from Melonic, no? Or something happened and he suddenly moved Majutek too close to the wall and the extended ultimate triggered. I think I would love to see the replay of that. That was a wicked one.
Yeah, that was strange. I mean, lucky for Majutek, he didn't pay for it with a, great price of his life. But maybe a price of life will be paid on the bot lane. No, the 11th minute has started and we didn't see any kills on the Summoner's Rift, even though we had a lot of trades everywhere.
But Harpoon is very happy still. He has 2 turret plates already, helping his team get a second Drake. And look at that, all the boring dragons are gone already. I mean, I love all my dragons, don't get me wrong, but some are just a little bit more exciting than the others. And we are going to have the Infernal Soul. Speaking of exciting.
The Infernal Blazes, yeah, and suddenly this game just got a little bit more heated than it was before. Quickly recap on the items. No, we don't have time to any stupid recaps.
No, it's all right.
We are fighting constantly.
It's all right. Senta flashed out the solar with the ultimate from Leona. You know which one I'm talking about. Solar flare. Thank you. I was like solar something. Solar eclipse. No, wait, that's the skin. And I was a little bit confused there. But yeah, he flashed it out, so it's all right. We are still playing. GRP are still playing as well, but they're playing on the vision. I think Bluezor has ideas.
It looks like around the timer of another red buff spawn, and Bluezor appears in your jungle to make sure you're not farming any of this.
I love the vision from Zero Tenacity in this game, by the way. They keep constant eyes on Belly. They know they should be scared of him, and rightfully so. And it feels like whenever Blurzer is going into any part of the jungle, there already is at least one word planted for him in advance.
But do they
Huh?
have a feeling about Belly?
Wait. Sentu, I'm not sure if it was a good idea. He's going onto
Oh.
Harpoon, but it is actually the first blood for Harpoon because he overstayed his welcome. And now the fate is going to be sealed for Ardota, or maybe rather for Belly, because he's stunned under the enemy turret, taking in some damage, some turret shots. He will not finish Harpoon. He will die instead. Faetsky is getting a kill, though. In return, Ardota is down. Faetsky is fighting with Harpoon. He's getting a shutdown and a double kill.
That wasn't looking so good for Gripchocraft until it did. I mean, getting 2 kills
Did
as
he?
a Korotkiy. That's a good
Oh, Melodic!
sign.
He just comes in nonchalantly and takes a kill. I love this
He
guy.
just drives by, hello, waves to him, collects the elimination and then comes back. Oh, it's Kofte on the top lane because Melonic would have a hard time going, for
Majutek?
a walk.
What?
Just like that?
Exactly, just like... well, to be fair, what could he have done? It is again the curse of the Xandis who are building the gauntlet as the first item. No armor resist whatsoever, and he had no flash, and Kofte did have a flash, so it wasn't a very unfair fight. But just walking up like that and taking a kill? Huh?
We had, pretty peaceful match for the first 11, 12 minutes, and after that everything just, fell apart right now.
Oh,
Zero
yeah.
Tenacity are leading with like 5k
Oh!
gold and just collecting
So
another
good.
kill.
It's just as easy as that for Zero Tenacity. All of a sudden, you know what? I might want to go with the prediction that was on the screen instead of the actual one I put in, because for Zero Tenacity, things are starting to work out. 2-5 already, and a 5k gold lead. It is mostly, I believe, because of the start on the bot lane, but goddamn, that's a big one.
I'm not going to deny it. That's quite problematic for Gripchocraft because right now they are not allowed to do anything besides farming under their own towers, and they don't even have the one on the bot lane. Let's quickly look at the recap of what happened at the bot lane. Going for Kalista. That's a clever way of focusing, not focusing on Leona because she will get pulled out. But Belit was risking a lot diving here.
Yes. The thing is, they're risking a lot first going for Erdora and then suddenly deciding to switch to Harpoon and go for him when it's already a little bit too late. It is a risky move and it did not work out for Belly, but at least for Faetsky, he did get a double kill. He did get a nice shutdown from Harpoon's head as well. But it's still helping you much less than Harpoon, because if you look at the goal difference between the players that you can see on the screens right now, it is quite high.
Kofte just got 1 elimination on top lane, and a wave here and there, being ahead on Artoria, but really almost 2k lead out of I don't know where. That's surprising for me, but this victory is going to be a really helpful tool in the team fight, being the only magic damage dealer in the team already with a torch, already with a lot of penetration.
Already with an item and a half. So we have a torch, we're gonna have Leandri very soon. It's going to be a lot of taking damage, so Majutek is going to melt down extremely quickly in those team fights.
Okay, a pretty nice setup from the side of Z10, everybody rotating towards the Drake, 10 seconds till spawn. A nice vision, controls here, controls there, a little bit of poke. It just doesn't feel like Gripchocraft are having any tools of, picking up on somebody and fighting for this Drake. But maybe I'm wrong.
Wait for it. Maybe you're wrong, because they're coming in. They're going in blindly. They don't see anything, but they see the Drake. They know they need the money. Oh, the hook is coming in. But a beautiful ultimate from Adore to stop everybody on the side. The shutdown onto Kofte, however, is some sort of a victory for Gripchocraft. Well, what does it matter if everybody else is dead and you are going to be dead as well? Majutek, a nice attempt, which is not getting you anywhere.
Did we just experience a 5-for-1 team fight? That started with a nice hook on Harpoon. I was a little bit afraid of this Kalista, getting hooked by Nautilus. I thought it was a problematic. Let's have a recap on it.
That is such a good hook,
AD carry, but then everything just fell apart. I don't know where those health bars went.
they were just gone. Just like that, poof, and gone. I absolutely love what Ardora did, by the way. That beautiful solar flare onto almost everybody. The enemies were so grouped up. It only took, like, I don't know, a millisecond to decide to press the R button. He did it, and it was a beautiful stun that lasted for really long. Will Kofta last for long, though? He's going to be my question, because Center is on the top lane, has a hook available and ready, is waiting for it. He doesn't even need it. They just stun him. They just shut him down. Please? Barely does take the kill. Thank you. Oh, wait, Melodic is here. Oh, Melodic is here for the revenge. Maybe he's gonna get stunned, but look at that. Everybody else is here. The red health balls are coming in because Zero Tenacity are killing Ballad. They are killing Center. They maybe are looking for Majutek, but he's too far away.
Yeah, they took a lot of time on the top side of the map, killing Kofta. A couple of seconds less, and they would have maybe escaped from this situation, but not in this scenario. In this scenario, Zero Tenacity are just going to accelerate even further. They are just going to acquire a 10k gold, I do believe, within the next couple of minutes, even though Artoria is going to get a nice bounty from the tower on the bot side of the map. It's just going to be, you know, a nice price for you. Yeah, you can build something to be able to trade, but right now Kofta is sitting on two items, Harpoon 2.5 item, and Melonic the same thing basically, which means you probably don't stand a chance not only in team fights but also on the side lane.
Yeah, speaking of the side lanes, the way they dealt with Kofte, it does feel like it could have been a bit quicker, because if you look at the minimap, everybody from Zero Tenacity is really quick to react to what is going on this top lane.
And it was painful. I mean, nowhere to escape, just to, you know, accept your fate and be happy with the one elimination you were able to get with investing the teleport from the side of Majutek. That's worth mentioning, because right now he can't go and match Melonic because of two things. First one, he will lose. And the second one, he can't even escape and rejoin, you know, the sideline with the teleport because he used it like 2 minutes ago.
It does feel like your first point is a very important one and shouldn't be easily overlooked.
Yeah.
But it's just in general, Cryptocraft are in such a losing spot right now, which is not good news for them, because they are losing Prio over the side lanes. They are losing Prio over Artoria right now. His health bar is just going down so quickly. It was an easy job for Kofte to slay him. Wait, they're still going on because Bellet is trying to get something, but Bellet is getting his health bar shredded by Blurzer. Blurzer is under the surface, is under the water. He is recovering all the health, and he doesn't care about you. Maybe Majutek does. Oh, Majutek does care about Melonic a lot.
The thing I don't get in this match is that a couple of minutes ago we had a nice even matchup everywhere. You know, everybody trying to fight, to take some trades, to look for an advantageous position, but then everything just fell apart, and it looks like in every scenario, in every position, in every configuration of champions, Cryptocraft are just losing.
Yeah, 4-13, 3 dragons to none, 32k to 40k, almost 41. That is a massive difference between the teams, and you can see it very clearly if you look at the inventories. But you gotta see it even more clearly in a minute from now, because that is when the next dragon is going to spawn. This is going to be an Infernal Soul for Zero Tenacity. Most likely it will also be a game over for Cryptocraft unless they somehow miraculously manage to stop the stacking of the dragons. But even before that, they have another problem. They don't see anything on the upper river right now. You can see Artoria trying maybe to fish for the ways here and there, but the Soul of Flare is coming in, and Melodic coming right onto Artoria. Is getting charmed, is chunking him down, and it is going to be a kill confirmed for Melonic onto Ari. Majutek is on the back lane of Zero Tenacity, trying to do something, but has ultimated to flash away because it's a little bit too much for him to bite.
And with just this one elimination and a couple of cooldowns burned here and there, I do believe that Zero Tenacity are taking over the map. Maybe it's not going to be Nashor, but it's going to be a full control over the southern jungle on Summoner's Rift, and basically taking control over the Drake. 10 seconds until the spawn. Cryptocraft are trying to answer with something crazy, but it wasn't precise enough.
No. A very good flash, very well-timed flash from Kofta, making sure he's not getting hooked. And it means that this is a Dragon for Zero Tenacity, a 3-1. They have just removed the turret, the inner turret from the bot lane of Cryptocraft thanks to Melonic staying there constantly. They have won over the mid lane, so now this is the fourth Drake for them to savor the victory and getting the soul on top of that.
And it just, I mean, it looks so easy for the side of Zero Tenacity right now, but I'm still shocked that 10 minutes ago it was an even matchup. It just feels like, you know, Zero Tenacity were playing with Cryptocraft. Okay, you know, we're going to scale a little bit towards the mid game, you know, just steal a red buff or two, just get some plates or maybe even a couple, and then we are going to go all in. No playing, just fighting, and we are going to come out on top.
It does look like it takes at least a week for Zero Tenacity to wake up in the new split. Oh, speaking of waking up, Doric just got hooked. He is also charmed, but not charmed enough to fall into this trap fully. He's simply walking away from that. Same as Majutek, who simply cannot fight with Melonic. Yeah, look at this health bar going down. Melonic doesn't even care about the turret anymore. He just wants the full control over the bot lane.
It just feels like a losing position everywhere for Cryptocraft. They can defend bot lane, they can defend the Nashor area. They have to decide where are they going to commit, otherwise they could lose both Inhibitor and Baron Nashor at the same time. Looks like they are trying to commit for the Baron Nashor.
Oh yes, if Cryptocraft don't know where to commit, Zero Tenacity know it very damn well. But if Cryptocraft have the peak of what is happening at the pit right now, they're coming in, no eyes on the Baron pit anymore, and the Baron is not going down too quickly. The hook is going to be missed. The Soul Flare is not on. Dota is coming in, immediately locked in by his AD carry to jump onto the enemies and to make sure the kill is secured onto Belly. The Dota is going to pay for that with his own life.
Meanwhile, on bot lane, Melonic is having the time of his life, just not paying attention to what is happening on the map, clearing the wave and pretty much clearing the base of Cryptocraft. They need to respond somehow, but he's level 16, he's demolishing them!
He is! Just taking down Feldsky easily like that on a Artoria. He's trying to fight Melodic, doesn't have any mana, so he chooses to get away from Artoria. Artoria is still chasing, doesn't have the ultimate. Doesn't connect. The charm Melodic is a little bit too fast.
And that's it, so ladies and gentlemen. That's basically Zero Tenacity converting this winning position into a winning match within the next couple of minutes with the Soul, with the Nashor. I don't believe that Cryptocraft stand a chance in teamfights. Just look at this. Once again, Erdote stopping and zoning everybody. Harpoon, even though he got hit with a Nautilus ultimate, nobody even lay a finger on him.
Yeah. That's the thing. Cryptocraft cannot even get to him any closer. A very nice ultimate from Nautilus is supposed to be the beginning of them demolishing the AD carry of the enemy team and then leaving them with no damage, but it doesn't happen because they're all busy dying, just like Artoria is busy right now. Another ultimate right on top of him, and Adult is jumping in again, and it's a kill for Kofta. Another one for Melonic onto Belly. 2 men down for Crypto. Make it 3, says Blurzer. Oh no, Rather Harpoon is the one getting the kill, getting the turret. Is Zero Tenacity getting another turret? Is gonna be Zero Tenacity very, very soon because they want to finish this game.
Yeah, right now it's just a formality. Just look at it. 1 Q from the side of Kalista, and Petsky is suddenly sent into the...
Majutek! No, he's probably the last one to die unless Fetsky is not careful enough. But the turret is going down rather quickly, and finally the morale boost that Zero Tenacity so desperately looked for the previous week but couldn't find has been taken by them. 522 is the final kill score of this game, and a beautiful, dominant victory for Zero Tenacity.
And that's basically what we would have expected before the starts of the season of this Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga. But suddenly Cryptocraft were looking good in the last week. But today is a different story. Today is a Zero Tenacity day. They just showed us what the champions of Ultraliga are capable of.
Yes, and it means that the two questions from the last week and from the beginning of this day have been answered already. The first perfect split is not happening. The first win streak has been finally shut down. Grimshaft are going 2-1 as the result of today. And second of all, the first loss streak has also been stopped because Zero Tenacity wanted to finally maybe starting their climb to the top of the scoreboard.
And this time it wasn't even close. It just looked like, yeah, they needed a full week to wake up. They were on this, I don't know, long vacation. They were just chilling, installing League on the computers. Okay, let's go. Let's play some League. Let's play some
Yeah.
officials. Oh, we just weren't ready. Maybe something were off at the time. We are going to ask some questions on the interview. That's 100%. We need to find out what hasn't been working for the side of Zero Tenacity and what has changed during the course of 1 week.
I would like to know because maybe it's just the usual wake up in the first week. Maybe it's something else, but this definitely is a different Zero Tenacity. Or rather, last week it was a very different Zero Tenacity. Last week we couldn't really recognize them from their playstyle and from their losses. This victory is finally putting us back on track. But let's put another thing back on track because we have the interview with Bluezer ready. So welcome to our little studio, Bluezer. Congratulations with your first victory of this split. And we have, unfortunately, to ask it straight away. What was going on with Zero Tenacity last week, and what changed between last week and this week?
Hello. I mean, I think it's kind of hard to say what happened last week because I will say like it was not us playing this game, and I think it showed on our performance that we were playing not even as a team. I think we were just playing League like individually. So I think like we did a lot of mistakes, like even like individual mistakes, and then we had a big meeting. Like we had so many meetings to fix our issues, and I think it's showing that our gameplay is getting better. Obviously, there are still a lot of stuff to improve on, but I'm really happy with how the way we play today.
Yeah, it just looked like the EMEA Masters from the Link split is still somewhere in your head, just not making it out of the groups. Pretty sad ending of the season for you and pretty sad starts of this split. But hey, congratulations on the win. The losing streak wasn't so long. Looks like you are back on a good track. And just looking at this game, the first 10 to 12 minutes, setting up everything, taking every red buff, forcing pretty much every trade in your favor. It was looking good, but after the, I do believe, 15 minutes mark, everything collapsed for the Cryptocraft. It looked like they didn't even have a single answer for what you were doing. You were just taking everything for them. Did you feel like you had this position of power that you could do basically whatever you want and they are not going to respond with an answer?
Yeah, I mean, I think we had a clear plan how to play the game, which is just play around bot and play around jungle invade timers. Like we have Kalista, like which is obviously wanna play for bot lane. So I think we used like our slow pushes really well to abuse enemy jungle. For example, invading his first camp, and then I think we just kept on snowballing the whole game, getting the first Drake, and like we were just like playing on our timers as I said before. And yeah, I think we just had clear plan and we played good. So I think it was really hard for enemy to play. Yeah.
I have a question about you as a team yet again. So this roster of yours has already been playing together for some time in Ultraliga. Can I have a little retrospective from you, just looking back? Can you tell us how much you all have grown together and as a team?
I mean, for sure, I think we grown a lot together, but there is still room to improve. And I mean, the EMEA Masters run was really like, I don't know how to say it, but it was not what he wanted, obviously. Going 0-6, going out of groups, which is like really sad. And I mean, it happens, right? But for Summer Split, obviously, our goal is to do as good as we can on EMEA Masters and get to EMEA Masters and just basically like improve day by day and just have good performance at showing.
Yeah, actually, Bluezer, that's an interesting topic, at least for me, because we, from split to split, we see a lot of changes in pretty much all of the teams, not only in Ultraliga, but in other regions. But you stayed as a group of 5, players in the starting roster, staying strong, trying to focus on improvement. But you actually get some improvements, shall I say, acquiring Pookie Style and Ariana as substitutes. Are you working with those players? Are they this guy is helping you with screams, subbing for them from time to time, practicing some 1v1s. What is the role of the substitute players in your roster?
I mean, for me, I don't know like how much they help each other between top and AD carry because I'm not involved in that like role. So I have no idea if they talk with each other, but maybe they do. I think for sure it's really useful because if Melodic wants to practice some matchups, they can just play top lane 1-on-1 and it can be a good thing. And for AD carry, I think it's also a nice thing because they can just talk about like laning phase and 2v2s. They can maybe even practice. So obviously, I think it's really helpful. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Blizzard, for coming to the interview today. We're incredibly happy to finally see you back here with us in the studio. And
Thank you.
it just means that we have once again to congratulate you with a victory, with the first victory of the split for your team. But as you know, before we can let you go, if you have any greeting or shout out to give, please do so right now.
I just want to say thank you for the fans for supporting us. Like, I think we had a really hard time, like last few weeks and days even. So yeah, I hope you guys will keep supporting us and we're going to make you proud at the end of the split.
I hope they will. I think they will. Thank you very much for the interview,
Thank you,
Blizzard,
thank you.
and all the best to you.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Bye.
Goodbye.
So the jungler of the team has spoken to us and has opened up the veil a little bit about what is happening behind the scenes of the team. But it does feel very refreshing to see Zero Tenacity finally being back on the track.
Yeah, it definitely does. And not only for the supporters of this team, but actually for the supporters of the whole Ultraliga. We want to see Zero Tenacity as strong as possible. We are looking them up as a potential team, maybe not necessarily to win the league, but definitely to go and represent us in EMEA Masters. And we have the whole split, but it's not going to last forever. It's only going to be a couple of weeks. So they need to gain they need to gain confidence. They need to gain a little bit more skills than in the spring and perform better, because this performance was actually nice. It was a clean game from their side.
Yes, it was a good one. That's exactly what I wanted to say, Majutek. Thank you. And I can't wait to see more like that from Zero Tenacity. But before we see anything at all, we are going to have to go on a very short break. The next game is going to be Orbit Anonymo going versus Iron Wolves. This does sound like a very intriguing matchup, so make sure you will be here.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Yeah, bro, you know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata e-sportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
Welcome back, everybody, from a really quick break. Hopefully you get your snack, you get your drink, and you are sitting comfortable waiting for another game to be started. I am sitting here with Solari. She has her drink, so we are ready, set up, and we need to go.
What if I tell you I have like 3 drinks on my desk right now? I'm very ready for this next game.
I have only 2. I might need to get another one, but hey, we have 3 games, you have 3 drinks. Math checks out perfectly.
Exactly. I'm just having my water now, my tea with honey for the next game, and I guess it's a protein shake for the last one because it will take a lot of force out of us. We probably will be screaming at it like crazy, but we might be screaming like crazy even in this game because this is Iron Wolves going against Orbit Anonymo. Zero Tenacity did finally have their graceful moment today with them finally gaining the momentum with the first victory of the split. Now Orbit Anonymo are in a dire need of the same thing.
Yeah, according to the script, I don't know if you're getting the same script as I do. I am getting some information from the production team, who's going to win, who's going to lose, how to put up my predictions, la la la. I don't know if they are trolling
Some
me.
brilliance, apparently. Just saying.
Might be DrBrilmann, sending us some predictions from the sky, from some sort of airplane, whenever he catches the signal to exchange information with us. By the way, I'm missing him a little bit. He was, always full of energy and always enjoying the casts. I loved working with both of you on the spring, and I'm just missing my guy a little bit right now.
Don't worry, he's gonna be back. We're just having to endure without him for the month of June, which is tough, of course, but he is busy flying in the airplane, seeing different parts of the world, and it probably sounds a little bit more exciting than what he actually does, but you know what? I like to put it this way.
It indeed sounds exciting. I would love to exchange with him for like a couple of days, but then I would come back and say, "Oh my God, I hate flying."
Really, you do?
No, actually, I've been on the plane twice on my trip in Italy and back, so I don't have an opinion. I spent like 1.5 hour in one direction, so I basically just ordered the coffee, sat there, looked through a window. Oh, I see mountains. Oh, I see something. Oh my God, we are landing already.
Yeah, I feel like this game is gonna be it could be kind of the same. If Wolves are on their high today, and if Orbit Anonymo are not feeling it today, it might be with Wolves landing the plane that is taking them through the Summoner's Rift, and they're just ordering the coffee, aka getting the first kill, seeing some mountains as they're passing by the Dragon Pit, taking all the dragons into their hands. Oh, we've already landed at the Enemy Nexus.
That sounds like a pretty nice plan. Sadly, for only one side. What about the other plan? Is it the Dr. Drillman, crew that is, giving you the coffee, asking you if everything is nice, and then informing you that the flight has ended?
Wait, what did Brillman predict today? He predicted Iron Wolves, so I'm sorry, but his script apparently is better than ours. His plot armor is thicker than ours, so it is going to be Wolves winning. I'm sorry, Orbit Anonymo. I really want you to pick your first W, but if Brillman says so, who are we to disagree?
Actually, that's a funny story to that, because from sources I have my information that he said, just put anything on the sheet.
Yeah, the
because
legend says that DrBrilmann isn't even the one making his own predictions, but that's just between you and I, guys. You and us.
is he even the guy casting, or that's another agent, special agent of Dr. Drillman crew?
Yeah, one of many.
I don't know. But speaking about this match, it potentially Iron Wolves, if they will present themselves as good as they did last time, they could roll over Orbit Anonymo, because it looks like this team just didn't find the place right now, didn't find the style. Maybe there is some communication issues somewhere. Somebody wants to go in, somebody wants to farm. I don't know. We don't know, because it's a kind of fresh roster. Those players are playing with each other. I mean, mostly for the first time. It will be like the third official match for them. They didn't have a lot of time to prepare. They have a coach coming from the second division. He's a nice guy. I know him personally, but he might not be as experienced as it's required to win some games in the first division. But we shall see. But firstly, we will have a look at the draft.
Wolves on the blue side, Orbit Anonymo on the red side. I've seen that already somewhere, just maybe in the very previous game with Tenacity on the red side as the losing party, as the 0-2 party. This time it's Orbit Anonymo here. Let's see what they might have cooked for this day, because boy, they really need to start cooking. The kitchen is on fire. They haven't even started preparing the dishes. But let's see, Wolves are banning out some of the junglers, mostly against Einkas. They don't want to see Viego, they don't want to see Lilia, but at the same time, Orbit Anonymo do not want to see Skana. Maybe we're going to see some more potential first picks from the blue side being banned out by Orbit Anonymo to follow.
I'm thinking about the case of Caitlyn, because apparently it's still really good on the patch 14.11. The same comes to Korotkiy. I mean, we saw Fetsky getting this really easy double kill on the bot lane, and then, even though Harpoon was way ahead, he could hold his ground. He's scaling nicely. Also, Tristana, I wanted to bring her up to the discussion as well, because on the LEC, I saw her like pretty much every game.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I'm happy about it. It's not just LEC, to be fair. She's just absolutely everywhere, dominating the Rift. But it's again not a new story for Tristana. She's just such a champion that finds their way back into the meta really quickly. But it's good that she's banned, because this game we won't see her, and LeBlanc is going to be the last ban from Orbit Anonymo against Thomas. Another champion that is really powerful currently, but not solo, because LeBlanc does need a good pairing with her in the jungle to go through the game smoothly.
And we get rid of some of the pairings, for example, like Viego, which works perfectly with champions like LeBlanc, Syndra, and this type of stuff that wants to just go 2v2. But we are getting the first pick, Rumble, the champion that we cannot put in the top lane or in the jungle, definitely. This will be a flex pick decided later in the draft.
Yeah, he can go anywhere. He can honestly go to absolutely any lane. He will not be an AD carry, of course, but he can even be a support if he wants to. He can go to the mid lane. But yeah, most likely we are deciding right now between the top lane and the jungle. And here is an answer, potentially an answer from Orbit Anonymo. Yeti is gonna play Camille. I gotta say, I personally am so happy to see Camille being back in the meta. It is such a fun champion to watch.
And also Yeti is a really nice operator of the Camille.
Oh yeah,
not only in Ultraliga, also in his previous split in Italy, if I reckon correctly. He's been looking for this peak. It just wasn't the time, wasn't the place in the meta, but he still forced it from time to time in officials and in solo queue, apparently. Einkars is going with Sejuani, like the second or third most popular pick for this jungler, and the pairing, Sejuani with melee top lane, melee mid lane, just to utilize the pressure, just to get as quickly as possible 4 stacks, boom, stun, knock up, ultimate, everything, you're dead.
And it's just a good pairing with Camille personally, because they bring so much control together with the passive from Sejuani that you just mentioned, the passive on her E, but also Camille is equipped with her own stun. If she lands it properly, it is a rather long-lasting one. So this pairing is a really strong one. We have a really dominating top part of the map, rather, from Orbit Anonymo. Problem is, they are standing versus Rek'Sai and Rumble that Wolves decided to go for, which are also really strong ones. And even though they don't scale that, especially Rumble doesn't scale that well into a late game, his window of power throughout the game is a really wide one.
And paired with Rek'Sai, that allows you, with her knock-up to just set up the equalizer perfectly. With the flourish and the curtain from the side of Jinx, it looked like a really, really long-range initiation. But Orbit Anonymo are looking for some sort of the same tools, speaking about Piercing Arrow and Chains of Corruption, the abilities of Varus, which is locked on the, third pick for the red side.
So we have Jhin versus Varus. Right now, it has to be some of the support balance from both sides, with Orbit Anonymo already starting with Leona. Would not be surprised to see Nautilus joining in the equation just to make sure that there is the strongest pairings are removed from both of these AD carries, because both of them are rather strong during the laning phase. Both of them would like to have a support by their side who's going to be able to utilize this strength and bring them even more kill pressure. But without their support like that, it is gonna be a little bit hard for either, because they pretty much are the same in terms of the range, in terms of the damage output in the early levels. So, I don't know. It's gonna be a fun game now.
We still have champions like Nautilus. I mean, still we could have potentially banned them within like seconds. So that's the one power pick for support you will be looking forward to. Orbit Anonymo respects Domas and his Akali, decides to ban it away, leaving the window, leaving the decision for Iron Wolves. They need to decide if they are going to ban Nautilus or not. If not, then Orbit Anonymo can just go for it and have this really strong tools for initiations, and it looks like the window is open.
Yes. With them having the R4 pick available, they could easily go for Nautilus right now. It would not open up any additional cards to Wolves, but at the same time will allow them to keep the R5 as the counter pick for the mid lane, because we saw the last two bans from both sides directed towards those mid laners, with Syndra removed as the last ban from Wolves. But it is going to be Rel in the end as the support for Orbit Anonymo.
I mean, it's also cool paired with, once again, Sejuani and Camille. Even more control for the side of Varus. I'm really curious what's going to appear on the mid lane. Looks like a spot for some hyper carry, like, I don't know, maybe even Azir, to just have a lot of room to be putting your soldiers and constantly dealing damage.
Absolutely agree with you. Azir does sound like an excellent idea for Orbit Anonymo to pivot into right now, especially since they have so much engage already. They would love to have some additional long-range poke on their side, so he would fit in here perfectly. Speaking of engage, however, there was a nice answer from Wolves on the B4. Not Aatrox, god damn it. The cow, the Alistar. Oh, escape my mind for a second. The Alistar is going to be excellent into all this engage, because it can knock away the enemies. He provides a rather nice heal, especially later on in the team fights. That's a good decision from them.
And also going with Talia to, be able to roam around the map with Rek'Sai, just grab my hand and let's go for some hunting with this really long range, once again, coming from both Rumble's and Jhin's ultimate. That's a strategy to be seen on Summoner's Rift, but Orbit Anonymo are closing their draft with not Azir, it's going to be Ahri. It's going to be even more, this close-up composure, just to go in, just to grab you, either charm or stun or chain you with the chains of corruption, and then just simply one by one delete everybody.
I'm a little bit worried about Orbit Anonymo, to be fair. I don't know if you're getting the same feeling, Majutek, but to me, it's like Orbit Anonymo drafted good for themselves, because we have some comfort picks, like this Ahri for Pump, for example. We have just generally well-balanced out composition that is really about all in, about engaging into the enemies like there is no tomorrow. It's about everybody pressing pretty much the R buttons in a big team fight, and that's it. However, it is a good composition as long as I don't look at the other side of the draft, because when I look at what Iron Wolves have drafted out with this Alistar and with this Talia, the job of everybody on the side of Orbit Anonymo is getting incredibly hard.
I mean, yeah, I will agree with you on that, because Talia into Ahri might not look like, the best answer in the lane, but in the later stages, you are just, dropping some stones on the ground and saying, hey, you can't do anything, basically. If you come closer, you're going to get stunned. If you come around it, then Rek'Sai and Alistar are just going to get you. And speaking about Alistar and Rek'Sai, just feels like so strong of a front lane that I don't believe Ahri plus Varus could penetrate it.
A very sustainable front lane. The main advantage of it is not even that it's very tanky, it's because how much it can heal out, especially if they're buried together. For Anonymo, it's going to be really hard to cut through that, especially if this Varus is going to go into lethality, which I'm assuming is going to be the fact, judging by Keystone, which is the first strike. It's going to be hard for Anonymo to find the ways to stop all this healing and sustain coming its way to the Wolves front lane. But maybe they will find a way, maybe through Pump, maybe through anybody else. We are about to see that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Summoner's Rift. The second game of today, the second game of this week, Wolves are playing against Anonymo. A very much needed first chance for a victory for Anonymo is right ahead of us. But will they grab it? We'll see about that.
Yeah, in team fights, it's going to be interesting. But besides team fights, there are still some moments that Anonymo could be a little bit more aggressive in the early game. I mean, I'm looking at the Varus plus Rel, a really strong and quick combo, you know, just to go for an exchange, utilize the damage, utilize the first strike, and then just go back with Jhin being able to, use one, maybe two bullets plus a grenade that stops. Looking at the top lane where Arnax could be really aggressive with an Ignite, but if it didn't pay off, I mean, if it don't pay off, then the duo Yeti plus Einkarts could basically send him to the base over and over again. Playing without the teleport is risky at some times. And then there's mid laners, both of them oriented towards roaming around the map, looking for an opportunity to just leave the mid lane alone, just quickly kill the wave and go around the map, as Einkart is doing a pretty smart way of avoiding being spotted at the wards.
He had a suspicion about a deep ward. He was even suspecting that it might be in the bush at the entrance towards the Raptors. So that's why he's taken this a little bit en route towards the red buff, and either way rotating towards the top part of the map, towards this top lane, where Yeti would be really happy for a little help. But Jens is already on the mid lane, jumping right onto Pump, but Pump is flushing out. No help from Domas is going to catch him.
Yeah, it probably could have been, synergized more, a little bit better, but...
Oh, the shield from the passive almost allowed him to survive for long enough. He gets the kill in return, but it's just a return and on the mid lane. They are back at it, baby. No flash anymore for Pump. Knocked up and dead.
Wolves are starting really aggressively this one. I mean, I've been talking about this Rumble with Ignite. He could go aggressively, and it paid off because right now Yeti needs to use that teleport towards his tower to save some of those creeps. But on the mid lane, I was thinking, they could have played it a little bit better. They lacked a little bit of synergy, but in the end, a repeat ganked paid.
Oh,
disgusting.
Disgusting. This damage from Rumble. This shield on Camille, probably in a very, very good time with the auto attack, but it went off a little bit too soon, and while Ignite was still taking just an unfortunate turn of events. On the mid lane, however, I love it from Wolves. They had just taken the flash out of this Ahri a little bit earlier, and they're coming in immediately and punishing her for overstaying on this lane with no flash available.
I mean, not even necessarily overstaying. Pump just went to put down a ward. And he basically tried to lane, mid lane against Iron Wolves. That's a mistake number one. You don't lane against us, you fight for your life.
And fight for your life, it is going to be on the top lane as well, because Arnax is just not letting Yeti leave on this top where Camille is suffering a lot. It's a much different balance of power compared to the previous matchup that we saw today with Camille going against Xante. For him, the window of power was a really small one. For Rumble, it's massive. The damage output of this little guy, especially with the Ignite on such a short cooldown, it is insane. And he is not letting Yeti leave on this lane.
And I do believe that it will be a problem. I mean, Camille will probably still log into the game on some later stages, probably. But just looking at the early game, I don't believe that she stands a chance even after level 6, especially after level 6. You don't want to lock yourself up against Rumble with Ignite and Equalizer.
Oh, Pump! Oh, that is a nice charm, but a knock-up is coming again from Domus. No level 6, so no way of escaping for Pump, but just walking, and he walks right out of it!
But it's pretty unplayable on the mid lane. I mean, just look at the combo. One knock-up after that, the second knock-up. If you, after 6, if you would like to use a Spirit Rush to escape, then the little stones underneath you will be waiting just for this occasion. It's really, really hard to be playing this 1 against 2 because it looks like Einkart had a nice idea, you know, dodging the ward. Right now he has a nice idea scouting what's happening in the enemy jungle, but he just wasn't present ever and anywhere during the first 6 minutes of the match.
He's present at the Grubbies right now. Look at that. The problem is, guess who else is present at the Grubbies? Jinxas is already here. It might be a fight between the junglers. He's gonna get... No, it is still grab fall with normal, but now both junglers are fighting in the pit. A very nice stun onto Jinxas. He can run away if he wants to, but he doesn't want to because Pump is already here. He's fighting and he's not letting him escape this pit. It's a nice kill for Ari, but now Einkart has to flash over the wall and Pump needs to follow because Arnax is already here.
I don't know if Jinxas could have escaped that. He looked like he had a tunnel to go just over the wall, but maybe he was baiting for his teammates to come in. At the end, the trade 1-for-1 is pretty okay as long as Einkart is out of the tempo. He needs to collect some of the jungle camps. He needs to get to 6 as fast as possible, and with that health bar, I don't know if he could even, you know, hold the top lane.
Yeah. No. Impossible. He needs to back off right now. He needs to go back to the jungle and try to collect some more camps in there because he really needs to get to his level 6. Good news is Jinxas is not level 6 either, and the last Grubby is standing most likely is just going to die out of natural causes. You know, happens to the Grubbies in the wild. The problem is, however, that the Drake is standing and Jinxas realizes that Jinxas is already around the Drake, putting in a lot of vision.
That he's trying to power farm towards the level 6. He needs it to be able to initiate alongside with Alistar. The same goes for the support, but you know, the life of a support is a little bit tougher. You have limited resources and you can't really ask for any more.
By the way, do you recognize the fact that Deity might be dead right now? No, he's not. He recognizes that before I even say that, and he's running away. Domus is around the corner, though they're really keen on destroying this top lane as quickly as possible.
That's a sad information for him, but also Orbit Anonymo cannot get any counterplay. Just look at Pump.
Oh, Pump! Oh, no, brother! You're walking right into the trap of Domus. He's running over the wall, but he doesn't have any more Spirit Rush charges available. Good news for him, however, is nobody can catch up with him anymore.
Yeah, that was only a Spirit Rush from his side. I was worried that Flash was needed to be used this time, but lucky for him, Ultimate was enough. Right now we are seeing, you know, just last hitting on the bot lane, but with the usage of the ultimate, and just to push out his enemies a little bit. Roof is, you know, having a little bit of pressure on the bot lane, but it's fine for him. It's fine because the rest of the map is winning. The top side and the mid lane are doing just fine, and Jinxas is finishing the last grabby before it's dying to natural causes.
There is at least some sort of answer for Orbit Normal, because right now they are taking the first strike of the game, but Jinxas is on the top lane looking for maybe a potential tower dive. This is going to be a nice way for Wolves if they decide to tower dive on it, and it looks like Jinxas has the same idea. Does Yeti realize that the danger is coming right up his alley? He's going to throw in the Hextech ultimatum, jumping right in, stunning Arnax really nicely and surviving the Ignite, and a very unsuccessful tower dive for Wolves.
I mean, outstanding defense from the side of Yeti. He quickly recognized who's tanking the tower, and what should I do? Just flash out, you know, gain as much distance as possible, lure Arnax actually under the tower, and then try to counter it, try to, you know, force, at the worst scenario, force 1-for-1, at the best scenario, just leave and maybe look for some play. And he did. He got a flash and an ignite out of his enemy on the top lane, and he's alright. He's been able to just push the
Wait,
wave.
a good charm onto Domas. Not gonna result into anything, unfortunately. ENG is around to support the mid laner. Actually, to support it very aggressively. Jumping onto Uren, a lot of damage. Oh, it is a throw up onto Uren. It's a throw down. It's gonna be an ignite, and it's gonna be a kill for Domas onto Uren.
That was a big question mark, to be honest, because Uden still had Flash, Uden had Ultimate, which he could have used a little bit earlier to gain some space and, you know, create chaos to play the round with Pump. That was a really big question mark from the side of Orbit Anonymo. And then another one, because Einkards cannot even farm peacefully in his own jungle. Problems are starting.
They're just stunning. I'm worried that they might accumulate into something bigger much soon. And actually, another thing. I'm really surprised that bot lane is... On the bot lane, nothing is happening. I don't know about you, Majutek, but I expected much more shenanigans around the top lane. Of course, the bot lane. The top lane is supposed to be a fun one, but the bot lane is where I thought a little bit more action would happen, especially in between Varus and Jhin. Both of them want to be fighting, especially with such supports. But Ruf and Garo, they're just having a standoff. They're just, you know, playing a farming game.
I mean, junglers just forgot about the existence.
Oh, another charm right onto Thomas. He cannot escape the charms of this little fox. He's gonna try to escape, but Pump still has a charge with Fox Rush.
That's once again a great charm coming from the side of a Pump. He's basically doing everything on his own, and Einkards is just there to provide some additional support. But as I mentioned before, junglers basically forgot about the existence of the bot lane, which makes the lane 2v2. And just looking at the supports, yeah, Rel and Alistar would love to fight, but not against each other, because whenever Rel goes in, Alistar headbutts her back. Whenever Alistar is trying to go in, Rel is just going to charge at your AD carry. So that's the matchup decided by both of the supports, and they just decided to not fight here, to roam around the map and look for an opportunity somewhere else. For example, top lane.
Oh, top lane, a very nice stun with Glacial Priesthood coming in from Einkards there, locking down Onyx, and finally it's a revenge for Yeti.
Yeah, Camille is coming back alive on this lane right now. With this elimination, it might turn the situation that Yeti has currently been in. Just looking at the other... Bless you. Just looking at the other sides of the map, looks like, yeah, supports are just going to mess with one another.
Yes, Uren is still... ENG is still looking down Uren whenever he starts trying to go on him, but ENG is now... Oh, he just used a flash already, and now he's locked between the 4 members of the enemy team with a stun from Sejuani, with a charm still headbutting the enemies. He lived for a very long time, but what does it matter if he still dies in the end?
And Kekfo is even blocking, you know, the 4th shot of the curtain call, just to not let Roof farm anything from this wave. That's a really sad life for Jhin. I mean, most of the times, he's just playing alone on the bot lane.
Ooh, quite some damage out of Kasper already. Sitting on just 1 item, the opportunity is completed, and Kasper is looking for any opportunity possible. Same as Domas, however, he's jumping in. Here is the Magnestone from Uren that is successful at stopping Domas.
Yeah, that was a great disengage, even though it didn't look like one, who then just stopped everybody all by himself.
Thank you, Uren. That's what you have to say, Kasper. Right now, Yeti, though, has... that's not what I expected with Pump taking the kill away, but fine. It works for the top lane. Does it work for Kasper, though, right now? He's locked under his story. Just play safe on the Eternity carry. Nothing is going to happen. But no, maybe something is going to happen, because Uren is jumping right in with an Ignite, and Jengsas is finally dead. Einkards is around looking for somebody else to chase after, but everybody's gone.
And within the last couple of minutes, Orbit Anonymo just kept getting more gold and control over the game.
Oh, that is gonna miss, but the stun is still landing. The charm is still landing. Domus is catching all of the charms in this game.
Maybe the ultimate just wasn't meant to, you know, hit the target. It just meant to kinda, you know, cut the escape route for Domas, forced him to go in the other direction when Pump was just waiting for him. I do believe that it was like the 5th charm in the row that provided a kill for Orbit Anonymo right now. 8 eliminations for the team, 5 eliminations for the mid laner. That's huge, and he's leading the 1v1 scenario on the mid lane with like 1k gold being ahead.
I like Pump. I gotta tell you, I'm starting to like this guy more and more. So far, I think we have only seen him play Ahri, but he's an excellent Ahri player. He really understands the limits of his champion very well, and it looks like nobody on the side of Iron Wolves is ready to resist those champs flying their way.
No, it just doesn't look like. I mean, maybe Alistar later in the game can resist those kisses from Ahri, but only with his ultimate right now. Ends looking for some kind of dive, but it won't happen.
No, but Enz is he wants to make it happen. Oh, beautiful knock-up from Domus onto Kasper in the AD carry of Anonymo. Is that just like that? However, the ultimate from him landed before he died onto Enz, and he got the charm as well. He is dead. Already, Pump is very low. Then he's jumping in yet again with a beautiful Magnet Storm, which is gonna be enough to St. Ironclads and to secure nothing, actually. To secure nothing, because Pump died in the process. Oh, no.
That was a chaotic fight in the middle. I mean, it just shouldn't happen at all. I mean, Keko could have just walked towards the second tower and be fine. But meanwhile, looking at the replay, he walked into Ants. I mean, walking into Alistar. What do you have in mind?
A lot of nasty things, apparently. I'm surprised that Pump died in the end. I feel like it was so important for Anonymo to keep their Ahri alive for as long as possible because of the massive shutdown on her head. But I somehow missed the fact that, no, they didn't succeed and she did go down. Oh, Roof in the meantime, what happened here?
AD carries just decided to not fall back.
Yeah, never back down, never what? Never give up. Might not be the best motto if you see Yeti running at you on his Camille, level 12, 311, an item and a half. God damn it, you don't want to mess around with Yeti anymore.
Yeah, he's been struggling on the first minute of the game, but the situation is no more, ladies and gentlemen, as Yeti is completely back into the game, as Orbit Anonymo are back into hunting for a win this time, but they need to work really hard towards it. Thus far, we don't see many team fights, just some skirmishes here and there, you know, 3 against 3, 4 against 3, something like that. But we are getting into a 5 against 5 situation, possibly within the next 2 minutes around the Drake right now, trying to catch Yeti.
They did catch Yeti. There was a very nice route, but he's running in with Hextech Ultimatum, and Icons is around with the Glacial Prison as well. Enz is going really low, but Yeti's dangerous and low as well. Flashes away, and the whole team is going to cover Yeti, save Mr. President from the 4th shot.
Yeah, Janksters were looking for something, you know, just having a peek. Did Yeti really escape? Okay, alright, just mark his flash and get ready for the next opportunity of getting this shutdown out from his head. On the top lane, we see the reverse matchup that we've seen on the mid lane, but this time Pump is getting nothing. Okay, Domas just on the other side of the wall, but Pump don't know anything about it.
Yeah, his last rusher of the ultimate is gonna run down right now. Oh, and a knock-up right from the bush. Beautiful play, Domas.
I do believe that Pump's reaction is just, what? How? Did this guy teleport or what? Meanwhile, on the bot lane, looked scary, but yet he wasn't afraid for even a fraction of a second.
Orbit and Anonymo are getting the Herald right now. Going to be really useful. There are no objective bounties anymore for anybody. Were for the Bulls for a little while, but now the gold situation has stabilized a little bit. However, this is going to give a nice push for Orbit and Anonymo towards even more gold. Arnax right now is going to die and give even further push to Yeti. Yes, he's going to use Ignite, but all that power was not enough.
That was close. And even though, you know, Arnax was bullying Yeti along the early stage of the game. Right now Yeti looked for a revenge, but it was really, really close, like 1 arrow away, and Arnax could have won this exchange, or at least went for 1-for-1.
He was really close to that, but the Ignite ticks were just a little bit not enough. But now Einkarts, look at that. He's releasing the Herald on the mid lane. They are going to crack open this turret on the mid lane. And 9 seconds on the clock before the Drake spawns. Perfectly aligned for Orbit Anonymo as all things should be.
Yeah, that's the classic play of getting control over the middle first, then going for the Drake. But Iron Wolves, it just don't look like they are bothered by any of this. They are going for a cross-map play, trying to secure the tier 2 tower on the top lane.
Or Yeti. Either of the two will do, but he's dealing so much damage in return. Look at Doma's Elfa and everybody else. I mean, not everybody else, but the bot lane, at least, from Orbit Anonymo is already around, because apparently their assistance has not been required at the Dragon Pit, where Einkarts is pretty self-sufficient. Pump is going on to Roof. Roof doesn't care about the chance for the smokes. Oh, correction right there. He does care about them. He actually is dead because of that heart.
Yeah, and he played it slow with the charm, you know, not using it at the first instance, just waiting for the right angle, for the right opportunity to use it to finish the kill. Once again, Pump is shining on his Ahri.
Yes. 7-3-1. 2.5 items completed, going towards Crypt Bloom as the third one, which is gonna be a big spike for Orbit Anonymo's team fighting power. This is a lovely sight for them to see. 9k gold on this very Ahri alone. This is somebody to play around for them.
Yeah, and you definitely have a composition to play with her to aggressively go really deep in. But maybe not against Domas, maybe against this opponent. You need a little bit of help. Thus far, Yeti is here.
Oh, wait, another knockup right from the bush for the second time. Fool me once, shame's on you, fool me twice, and you are going to die because of that. They're not letting Domas jump onto that wall. It's a kill for the Ahri, but here comes the knockups from Genex. He doesn't care about the charms, but Ahri still lives and survives and runs away.
4 players from the side of Iron Wolves are on the bot lane, but nobody is covering the top side, nobody is covering Nashor, and Orbit Anonymo are making a go for it. Right now, Nashor lost half of his health point, and it looks like it's going to be finished without anybody from the blue team even showing up to the party.
And is kinda around, but he was stopped at the entrance. So, no, nobody even had any say from the side of Wolves about what is happening at the Nash pit. So now Arnax is doing the only thing that is possible to do in this moment. For the Wolves, he's pushing in through the bot lane, trying to find the ways to delay the offense from Orbit Anonymo towards their base for as long as possible, because with the Baron buff on everybody in their team, they're gonna go through it very quickly. Yeti might be not caring about anything whatsoever. It's Camille. It's really hard to catch her.
Yeah, and even though you would have been able to land this Deadly Flourish, he has Mercury Threats, he has Flash, and he has his teammates lurking for a kill on the southern side of the Summoner's Rift. Right now, setting vision. Right now, you know, working on the wave on the bot lane. And even though Arnax can use his Equalizer to clear the wave, he's just going to delay a little bit. He's not even going to do so. He's just going to give up on this tower group with the team and maybe look for an answer on the other side of the map. Domas is working on the tier 2, but he needs to go back, otherwise the base will be in fire.
Oh, the base is already on fire, Majutek. Look at them. They're pushing in. Everybody's here except for Camille. Camille is on the middle lane right now pushing in. So they're trying to split Wolves into 2 parties, but Wolves are struggling to even maintain one. They're finding a really good route onto Einkarts, trying to go offensively, but Pump is on the flank already with a charm. It's a kill confirmed. Next one maybe onto Ents. He's flashing away, but it's not gonna save him for long. A double kill for Keho. Beautiful Glacial Prison onto Domas. Oh no, that is going in again with a beautiful Magnet Storm. I can't with this guy, and they're ending them one after another. It's an ace. Is it a clean one? No. Is it a beautiful and very important one? Yes!
And that's the way to end the game. That's the way of acquiring the first win in the current split of Ultraliga 1. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, not only Zero Tenacity have woken up, Orbit Anonymo are joining for the chase for the title.
Beautiful. We have 2 loss streaks interrupted this week, and the week has only just begun. And I gotta tell you that DrBrilmann's script apparently was incorrect because he was predicting Wolves to win. He didn't get the point. You did get the point though, apparently, because you did believe in Orbit Anonymo till the very end.
I told you these are the guys from the second division. That is the team. That's the legacy. I mean, maybe we don't have Afroboy, maybe we don't have Royson, but we do have the legacy that's left after them, after the spring split. We do have some new fresh blood. We do have some talented players. So maybe let's invite one of them for the interview after the match.
Not yet though. I can't wait for it because it's somebody I really wanted to talk to, but not yet. Let's maybe very quickly break down what exactly worked for Orbit Anonymo this time, because in the beginning it did look a little bit rough, but I love that they identified their strong sides really well. I love this aggression around the top lane. I love the aggression around the mid lane as well. But what about you, Majutek? What do you think really led Orbit Anonymo to this victory?
I do believe that the kind of slacking from the side of Iron Wolves. I mean, pressing on the top lane, pressing on the mid lane on the first minutes. Okay, we are getting the advantage. We are getting a little bit ahead, but then they stopped. Then they let Yeti do Camille things. Then Pump just hit every single charm used in the game, and every pieces of the composition just came in together. Sejuani and Rel going in, creating a lot of space for Varus that I don't believe even did that much in the game, but he just didn't need to. The game was already won whenever they went into the team fights with Camille and Ari being so far ahead.
Speaking of the Dvaris, by the way, we have the absolute pleasure to have Kasper, the AD carry of the Orbit Anonymo team, on the interview with us. Hello, Kasper, and how are you doing today, my friend, after the first victory for you in this roster?
Hello. Thanks for having me. I mean, I'm doing pretty good. Feels good to finally get a win on the board. So yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Hello and welcome to Ultraliga. Actually, we didn't have an opportunity to talk last week because last week was kind of unfortunate for you. I did believe, I tried to believe during those games, but something was definitely off. I mean, as a new roster, as a group of new players coming into this very league under the guiding of new coaches as well, because Wielokostek is also a new coach in the first ERL. How did you find your way into this team? Can you please tell us a little bit more about creation of this roster and the beginning of the verse split? Was everything okay? Was everything all right? Or did you had some, for example, communication issues at the beginning of the split?
I mean, yeah, the first week it was obviously pretty disastrous. I feel like in the first game we went for the lane swap and it didn't really work out as we intended. And then like on the second game, I think we kind of mis-executed our draft as well and played pretty poorly. But I'm happy we managed to bounce back. And like how I ended up here, it's just, I don't know, it's just coincidence kind of. It's kind of, I mean, I know Pump obviously from last split, so I played with him and now we're playing again. And the rest of the squad, it's just, off seasons do be like that. You never know where you end up. So I end up here and, I hope we can put up a good show.
Speaking about ending up here, how do you fare Ultraliga so far? Do you like it? How competitive do you find it?
Well, it's kind of hard to be cocky, when we went 0-2 on the first week. So I kind of thought, it would be 3 wins, but it's kind of a reality check to, start with 0-2. So I think like there's a couple of strong teams and the rest aren't that strong, but obviously like we kind of got slapped on our wrists regardless. So we have to take like every game seriously if we want to make it to EMEA Masters.
And I would like to ask one more question about the team itself, because in this game you have been playing as a Varus and you didn't have that much of a saying in the first couple of minutes, maybe even the first 15 minutes. Yeah, there's been some, dives happening aimed at you, but most of the games were played in the middle and in the top side of the game. Do you trust your teammates that they could go 1v9, they have what it takes to carry the game, or would you like to be a participant in those actions, taking all over the map, but not the bot lane?
I mean, this game, enemy first pick Rumble, and we went for the Camille answer, and it's like a very snowballing matchup. So I'm very happy to play weak side, because the Rumble is very easy to kill. I feel like we could have punished him even more, but I think like we kind of mis-executed. So I was just kind of, the bot matchup was like very non-interactive, like nothing really happened in the early game, but I was like completely fine with that. We managed to somewhat get the Camille ahead, and I think he kind of took over the game.
Thank you so much for your input, Kasper, and thank you, of course, for joining us here on your first interview at Ultraliga. And as you might or might not know, we have a little tradition here. In the end of the interview, the stage is all yours, so you can give a greeting or a shout out to anybody you want, including in your native language. So you can do so right now.
Well, shout out to everyone watching and everyone who cheers for me and cheers for us, and thanks for your support.
Thank you so much, Kasper. Thank you for joining us today, and good luck in your upcoming games.
Thank you. See you.
See you.
See ya. And hopefully see ya soon, as Orbit and Anonymo are back. They are back. They won the first game, and it's first of many upcoming in the season, I assure you.
I hope you're right. I really hope you're right now, because I can't wait to see more from Orbit Anonymo. I'm just happy that finally the boys are bouncing back. It's the same for them and for Zero Tenacity. It looks like this week finally was the lucky one for them. But the day is not over just yet, because we had 2 games that we saw already, really good ones. We have 2 more coming right before us, and the next one is going to be, I'm lost a little bit, it's going to be Forsaken, of course, going against Matty USA LODIS. One day I will remember it properly. Okay, before that, I will have my notes here with their name written down in big letters, because I do have a problem. I hope you do not have any problems. You shouldn't, because the next game promises to be a banger that will make you forget about everything. So make sure you come right back after a short break.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Okay, bro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the third match of the day. Definitely not the last one. Definitely not the least one. Matty USA LODIS. That's right. I got it right this time. Versus Forsaken, the only team so far who is staying at a 2-0 score and who's having a 0 in their score anywhere, because everybody else has already dropped a 0. So maybe Forsaken will follow.
Yeah, I don't want to get into this some sort of sorcery and caster curses and everything, but Zero Tenacity break the streak, and Orbit Anonymo did so. And Forsaken, you need to be a little bit more careful about this match.
Dare I say, Gripscraft did break the... it wasn't the curse, it was a blessing. They did break their blessing as well, so... Forsaken are the last team left, so maybe they're gonna keep at it. Maybe not, we'll see about that. But I gotta say they're on the red side. So far, red side has been victorious throughout the games today, so let's see what the draft is gonna look like.
Yeah, so far we are having a different approach in the draft. We are not banning the standard champions as we've seen before. We are seeing some Galio aimed at Domoles, so maybe Aurelion Sol if we are going this way. No, Tristana, so back to normal. But the blue side is banning both Vi and Lucian, so they want to target Zioner and Tonge. By the way, the Korean duo on the bot lane right now looks like the strongest one. I want to face them against Zero Tenacity's bot lane. It's going to happen sometime later into the split. But right now, what is happening on the side of Lodis? Are they really going to lock in Yone? PMK, are you all right?
No.
I thought so.
He's constantly hovering Yone. Maybe one day he will, but not as a first pick. Not as the first pick. Caitlyn makes much more sense as the first pick. She's just incredibly strong on the bot lane.
And Korotkiy as an answer plus Rumble as an answer just looks like even better answer to what Matty USA LODIS just picked. I mean, Rumble incredibly strong in the top side, Korotkiy strong and flexible, which makes it even better for them. So right now, LODIS needs to decide what are they taking. Are they going to, you know, match the top lane matchup, just go with a nice pairing for Caitlyn, maybe like a Lux. I have seen it a couple of times. No, Caitlyn Lux could be dominant on the bot lane.
It does feel like a little bit of a history, unfortunately. Caitlyn is strong, their duo is strong, but Lux just doesn't find her footing through the supports in the bot lane anymore. Nautilus makes much more sense. Now we have a trio that is going to be really strong if Sejuani decides to work with her bot lane this time, because Nautilus is going to provide excellent setup for her. Really good engage, really good protection for Caitlyn, and a lot of kill pressure. Jhin, on the other hand, looks like a really decent answer, because one thing that many AD carries struggle into Caitlyn on the early levels is not just her damage, but also her range, and Jhin does have range of his own to answer with.
And also a nice wave clear. You can put some grenades, you can you know, use the trap, etc. So it looks like an okay answer, as you mentioned, but not the best if you want to actually fight, especially against Nautilus. Looks like you need a really good Leona to be able to answer to that, but I'm just not sure about the pairing on the lane. In the later stages of the game, Leona plus Rumble could work perfectly, but you need to worry about early game, because LODIS, at least in the second division, were famous of you know, playing really aggressively in the mid, especially in the mid game, when you were just going for the Herald, just going for all the tier 1 towers, and that's what you would love to do while having Caitlyn on your squad.
That's exactly what we would expect from them in this game, exactly. But we'll see about that. We'll see about more movements around the map, because Forsaken are coming up with some really good bans. Banning out the Aurelian Soul from Demolis does feel like a very big enabling point for them, because Demolis with ASOL or just any strong scaling on the side of LODIS could have proven hard for Forsaken to work around. They're not exactly scaling into the very late game right now. They're mostly looking towards the mid to mid-late game potential of their team. So removing this scaling helps them to find this window even better.
That's correct, and also I would like to mention Tryndamere, because the Moles has been practicing this champion in solo queue, and for some reason Tryndamere is has found a way back into the meta. You know, we saw it a couple of times in the EMEA region last week, but let's forget about it. It's banned. Let's focus on another really strong comfort pick for the Moles, which is Akali. He's also known for it from the past, I do believe, in Ultraliga. He's played it even from time to time. A nice pairing with Sejuani, with Nautilus, you know, a lot of gap closers, a lot of potential to dive into the fairly, you know, weak backlane. If you are able to get on top of Korotkiy and Jhin, you shall succeed with Renekton. That's definitely a way to play.
Renekton is a good pairing with Akali. He is also a good pairing with Sejuani. On top of that, he's a good follow-up for the engage from Sejuani and from Nautilus. I love this addition. I am normally not a Renekton fan, but it does feel like it fits what LODIS want to go in this game. So we'll see what is going to be the outcome of that. But who is the support? That is going to be my question. Do we have the Rumble support situation on Forsaken side?
Or is it
Or Majukai.
Majukai, like the old time? So let's wait a couple more seconds to find out what is going on. It just might be the Rumble on the bot
Oh, yeah.
lane, challenging the duo of Caitlyn Nautilus. I mean, in terms of damage output, definitely it should work out. But when you look at it from the other side, Nautilus hook into the auto attack with a snare, into the trap, into the many headshots. It looks as dangerous as any other ranged champion. The difference is that Rumble is not ranged, which makes it harder for him to get into a trade.
It's still, however, a strong pairing. I am not entirely sure how I feel about it, but honestly, at this point, I feel like in Parasite's hands, I would trust any pick. Plus, you gotta remember that Honky and Parasite do have an incredible synergy between the two on the bot lane. So it looks like a pick they half cooked, half prepared, and it could work out. But I'm not saying it's gonna be easy because of what you said about the kill pressure from the Caitlyn Nautilus that is still there even for this Rumble, even with the Ignite. However, they also have their kill pressure of their own, right? If they go aggressively, if there's any hooked missed from that Nautilus, it could be a game over for both of them.
I mean, the main problem is that you can't really undervalue the damage coming from the side of Rumble. Many did that in the past, saying like, oh, it's just a Rumble, just a support, just a level 3.
No.
I mean, the Ignite is scaling with levels and Rumble is scaling with AP. We shouldn't be really worried about it. And then you hear enemy double kill. And you are doomed on the bot lane because you can't really come back into it because Rumble is just going to use the snowballing effect just to call the jungler, just to reach the level 6, just to dive the bot lane over and over again. And in team fight, it's not going to be easier.
That's the thing about Rumble, right? You shall never underestimate the damage output of this guy, even on the early levels, even with no items. In melee range, he is incredibly annoying. He might just be able to not let Nautilus leave at all in this lane. If he's persistent enough, if he's aggressive enough, this is going to be a really hard bot lane for Lodis. But we'll see about that, because all the other lanes are also rather interesting. We have the matchup in the jungle that I also haven't seen for quite a long time. This is Maokai versus Sejuani, both of them with beautiful setup for the bigger team fights, especially around the objectives. And Volibear versus Renekton on the top lane. What do you think about that one, Majutek?
For me, it just feels like Renekton is a great blind pick on the top lane in pretty much every situation, unless you're facing like a Queen or Vayne or something like that. So it should be strong. It should be okay. We saw Renekton thousands of times, but playing against Volibear with the press the attack, you need to be a little bit cautious about what can he do. Plus the pairings in the jungle, I mean, it could go both ways. Renekton plus Sejuani could easily execute Volibear on the top side, and it could also happen on the other side with Maokai using the twisted advance, and you won't be able to slice and dice out of it.
No way to slice and dice out of that situation, exactly. Is maybe something that Xavi could have said, because he saw 3 members of Forsaken going right his way, but not really deciding onto anything. No early game shenanigans, just a really good deep ward right at the red buff from Forsaken's side, making sure that they understand the pathing of Kerim a little bit better, maybe preparing the grounds for Xioner to invade. Maokai is not exactly the most invadey-ish jungler, but he does have a lot of AP damage, and if he's able to throw a sapling beforehand, it's already maybe even a very nice setup for him, maybe enough of a setup for him.
And that's the case. I mean, maybe it's not the best champion, but it's an okay champion to invade. But Ketim is known for his playstyle to just constantly be farming and, playing for the lanes, waiting for the right opportunity to do so, not forcing plays on his own. So that leaves a window for the owner to be able to utilize the pressure of just throwing saplings here and there, just scouting a little bit, and then when the right time comes, just use the power coming from the lanes, especially from the top side. I'm thinking about Volibear being able to roam from the top side of the map and potentially invite the Grump and the blue buff area.
Quite possibly because he's having a lot of prio there. Same as the bot lane, to be honest, because look at what Forsaken's bot lane is doing. Exactly what you would expect from this duo. They are pushing in relentlessly. They are making sure that Caitlyn and Nautilus are not finding any opening. And funny enough, there was the very first hook missed from Xavi in the very beginning of this laning stage. And right after that, you can see Forsaken immediately taking the control of this lane into their hands, not letting it go. By the way, Zioner is at the red buff right now, pretty much as we predicted. Gets him, sees him, sends a little love his way and disengages immediately because he is in no position to fight with the enemy jungler, especially when the enemy mid laner is missing.
And Ketim understands that perfectly. He can't do anything. I mean, Akali is basically no use right now without level 6. She can't even, you know, get into a fight properly. And while Caitlyn is being pressured at the bot lane, you just need to take DL, you know, take the column
exactly.
and just maybe look for an opportunity to go for a scuttle crab on the top side of the map, but I'm not even sure about it. Meanwhile, Parasite is having a little walk.
He's going to leech off the mid lane like it's your Parasite. By leech, I mean set things up potentially for Ruffin, but they actually don't find the Molas. He walked all this way for pretty much nothing. No flash taken out of that Akali. Kerim does secure the Skull Crab on the top part of the map. Now he's rotating back to the bot side of the map, but he's not going to find anything there.
Maybe just trying to play for the bot lane because the lane actually has
Or the mid lane!
Okay, that was scary.
A little bit too far away still from the stun onto Ruffin, only 2 ticks of the passive on E, if I recall correctly, but Xavi is going right onto the enemy. Oh my god, Parasite is going low. Parasite is gonna be first blood dead by that Caitlyn, and Tonki is fighting back with Caitlyn right now, almost 1-1 because Xavi is nowhere around and Kerim is joining in. He wants a little bite of that Jhin as well, and Zeller is getting another kill.
That was so bad and so painful for the side of Forsaken. I mean, yeah, we predicted that if you get hooked, you will be in troubles, but Tongi with a really aggressive flash forward to try to secure this kill for his own, to try to make this trade a little bit more in favor for Forsaken. Fails miserably. It was like 10 health left.
It's really painful, especially because the dynamics of this bot lane is that whoever gets the first prio is pretty much destined to keep this prio to themselves and never let it go because they can snowball through the lane really quickly and efficiently. And right now, this prio has been given to Zeller, to the Caitlyn Nautilus duo, and they're not gonna let it go. They're gonna keep it at their bay for the majority of the laning phase, unless Forsaken find a creative way onto the enemies.
Yeah, with that many attack damage points on his behalf, 1 hook will equal 1 elimination. While we are looking at the summoners, Tongi and Parasite are having no flashes for the next couple of minutes, so it's a really stressful situation for them to be laning against Caitlyn. That's 2-0 already.
2-0, still has a flash. And has a cleanse on top of that. Yes, this is not exactly the fight that Forsaken could win, even if they really decide to go for it. That's why I would expect their bot lane to be a little bit more careful from now on. And maybe for Xioner to find something on the other side of the map. And he actually is going for the Void Grabs right now.
He understands that there's not much to be done on the bottom side of the map. Maybe we do have a prio, maybe we could look for a Drake, but it's really dangerous, you know, playing against Caitlyn. But my top lane is really strong, and I could play for it.
That was a little bit scary, to be honest. Both the top laners decided to drop their ultimates almost the moment, pretty much the moment they got them. Not for 2 Gepi there. So, yeah, it could have resulted in something. But so far, they're going toe-to-toe. Look at it, they even have the same CS between the two.
That means that PMK is doing a really fine job just surviving on the lane. We are seeing that it's really, really hard, and Volibear is putting a lot of pressure, but he's managing somehow to survive and to be able to still be competing on the top side of the map. He was sent to the base just a couple of seconds ago, but he's coming back shortly. Meanwhile, his team is just securing, you know, the Drake on the bot side of the map. With Caitlyn being ahead, that's nothing to be afraid of.
Yes, 2-0. Caitlyn, the constant prior on the bot lane, is something that allows Lodis to go for the free dragons. The story plate. I am looking menacingly at the story plate, but it's not gonna fall into anybody's pockets. Really sad news for Togepi, but he really needed to go for this recall to match what PMK was doing.
And also, speaking of Togepi, he's building, you know, the boots for CDR. He's getting some of the AP interesting build path. We don't see Volibear much on the top side, and whenever I see Volibear in the game, I'm always wondering, is he going to go AP, AD, more tanky? What's going to happen? And what's going to happen to PMK?
You don't walk blindly into bushes like that, PMK, especially the tri bushes, because Yawner is coming right onto him. PMK is flashing over the wall, still gonna get rooted, and he's gonna get locked out, and Ruffin is getting a kill.
For the price of 2 flashes, but still, that's a kill for Korotkiy. He needs it to be able to, you know, put some of the pressure from a safe distance, because you don't want to close up the distance to Akali. And Korotkiy, with this shifted dynamics of, you know, not building AP and not scaling into the 15 minutes mark of the game, coming alive shorter. I mean, earlier in the game, he needs just a little bit of lethality to be able to be really effective.
A nice hook from Xavi, but the Glacial Prison is going to miss, and a beautiful trap from Tonki is going to stop the advance from Lodis onto this bot lane. Still, the danger of a tower dive is possible, but it looks like it's not on the minds of Lodis anymore.
With 2 ultimates now gone, Ace in the hole just being sent, it's really low chance of getting a potential dive, but man, no, I've been with Valkyrie, just flew over the wall and made himself safe. Meanwhile, yeah, I do have a feeling why PMK is leaving the top lane, because he basically don't want to get involved into any trades.
Oh, we have a nice interactive thing from Dr. Pepper. Whoever is going to win. I don't know if it works in our chat. If anybody wants to try it out and type either !Lusa win or !Forsaken win in the chat, and we'll see if it works, because I have no idea, but I would like to see this fill up.
Yeah, interesting.
Interesting
things happening in the river.
Oh, the ultimate from Barizard is being landed right onto Kedem, and he's burning from the Ignite as well. Zionor is pretty low. Demol is running around with almost no health as well. Didn't finish the kill onto anybody.
But maybe on the top lane now it's not going to be a kill, but once again a nice trade, or at least a nice attempt from the side of Togepi. But PMK looks like he's getting too used to this matchup, a really tough one for Renekton, and he's from time to time biting back.
He might be able to buy back right now, because Togepi just used the TP to get back to the top lane in a very good time, because another batch of the Grobbies has just spawned on the top part of the map. Forsaken would like to get it, because they already have 3 in their pockets. Would be nice to make it 6. And Zionor is already around with Togepi straight from the base. It should be a no-brain for them to go for these Grobbies, as well as for Kerim to give it up.
Yeah, so we have no sight of any player of Matty USA LODIS on this side of the map, which means he's going to be grabbing number 5, and shortly after that grabbing number 6 for the side of Forsaken team, playing with a Volibear that might come in handy later in the game while playing side lane. Speaking of side lanes, Tongi is having a real sight of the bot lane, as he's not allowed to go quickly back into the lane.
But somebody will need to go back quickly now if they still want to do it, of course, because 35 seconds on the clock before the next Drake is going to spawn. But before that, we have a little bit of another brawl on the top lane. Oh, the Volibear is jumping, and Dominus propped by PMK to make sure he stays alive. And on the bot lane, Solari is in a bit of trouble because he's getting shot by the Genoa. Beautiful 4th shot, not finishing that Caitlyn, but still doing a lot of damage, and Xavi barely escapes the danger. Kerim is around, jumping in with a Glacial Prison. Zionor needs to disengage. Most likely the TP there is coming in to back him up, but Demoles is on the hand for the backlane for the slow health boss. Almost removes Robin. Half HP gone with 1 shot. Jumps in on the Tongi. So much damage from this Akali, but not enough again to finish anybody.
I don't believe that anybody died here. It was a 4 against 4 on bot lane. TPs, flashes, ultimate, everything put into use just to what? Just to shake hands and go separate ways? Looks like it. And the Drake
Yeah.
is going to get taken by the Sejuani. That's the second Drake taken by the Matty USA LODIS. A really nice situation to be in because while we are looking at the top lane, it just looks worse and worse and worse. And yay, finally the Dr. Pepper filled up so we could finally see some items.
Yes! Back to the items, because we have some really important milestones already in the inventories, right? We have, for example, the Leech Bane for Demolis, which could explain the damage that he was dealing in the previous fight. We have the opportunity completed for Roughbane as the first item. And the Road of Ages for Together. He's going that path. I haven't seen Road of Ages Volibear in ages, I swear.
I said it like a week ago on some Udyr on the top lane. I was as surprised as you are right now because it's kind of forgotten item for some time. I mean, it is old. Originally, Road of Ages was played in like the season 1, 2, 3, something like that in the league. Then it was deleted. Then it made a comeback, but was forgotten again. But Togepi doesn't forget about this, and Togepi just wants to take the first tower before the 14-minute mark, taking all 5 plays for himself.
And you can see in his goal that he's so damn ahead of PMK right now. Almost 2k. Getting close to 2k. Which is a really good sign for Forsaken, because that means they have pretty much shut down PMK on the top lane, and Renekton, of all champions, really dislikes playing from behind. It's hard for him to find his footing, it's hard for him to find his role in the team fights and on the map in general, if he is not ahead and if he's not steamrolling over the enemies. But speaking of steamrolling, look at Forsaken. They have the Herald they had just taken a little bit earlier, and they are going on to Demolis with a lot of power. But at the back lane, it is Xavi with Kedim. I'm not sure what the idea was there. Hello, just to go in and die? Okay, I guess that works.
The idea was to save the Moles, but maybe not necessarily for the price of their own lives.
Togepi fighting with Caitlyn. 1-on-1. Okay, 1-on-2 jumping in with the ultimate. Almost killing Caitlyn. That Volibear is to be feared. He's still fighting, by the way, with PMK, but now he has the support of almost everybody else from the team, and it's a double kill for Volibear.
And it's going to be even more problematic for the side of Matty USA LODIS because we've seen Togepi really strong with just Road of Ages, with just 1 stack, and now with additional gold he's going to be even stronger. And I don't know what he is going to build with the Zeal in his backpack, but it's going to be something that will increase his power. Just look at him now, casually just going 1 against 2, not caring at all, just okay, hey guys, you want some assist? Yeah, sure, but the double kill is mine.
Yes, exactly. Not giving that to anybody today, are we? It's exactly what he says. 2-4 in the end is the final score in terms of the kills between both of the teams. With Forsaken, of course, being in the lead. They also have a gold lead as well. It is what? 4k right now, team-wise? And they have the carries starting to figure out between Togepi and Ruffin. Both of them are sitting on 2 kills right now. First item completed and a half for Ruffin, and 2 items. This is the Navori Flicker Bait as the second item for Togepi to make sure that the ability haste for the usual abilities, not the ultimate, are going to go down even quicker than before. That is an interesting choice. I have a lot of respect for this build.
Interesting to say the least. I don't know what to think about it. I mean, it's going to make him hella strong right now. But to be honest with you, even if he went for like a Phantom Dancer or something like that, he would be still just steamrolling over everybody. Just look at it. He's just, you know, taking the ward, and you know, I'm going to take on you. You better escape, because the next time I see you with half of the health bar, you're going to regret it.
Oh yes. I mean, Takali, she's squishy, but she has no chance of fighting this one back. You just run away, baby, especially with your turret shut down. Look at Ketim. He's in the corner there waiting for somebody to maybe take the bait of Demolist recalling right in front of their eyes. But Forsaken are smarter than that. They're not taking the bait, just crouching the turret a little bit and disengaging, because if you look at the timers, it's perfect time to disengage and stop the stacking of the dragons for Lodis.
Yeah, right now they're just going to chill in there. I don't believe we will see any response from the side of Matty USA LODIS. Maybe, just maybe looking on the direction of GRP, but definitely not looking to get rid of him.
Oh, TP is coming in. The ultimates are coming in from everybody on the side of Forsaken, and Ziora is flying right in onto Xavi. Xavi is destined to be dead thanks to Tongi and the fourth shot. Ketim is the next on the menu. Parasite is hunting with an ignite on top of that Sejuani, but that's more than enough. Just removing her from the fight is good enough for Forsaken.
Just feels like the map number 1 we saw from the side of Zero Tenacity. Just playing it slow, you know, just trying to get a little bit ahead from the lanes. But then when the mid game comes, then when we group, then when we play the macro aspect of our game, when the rotations matter, when the visions matter, everything is like the same, but 3 times stronger.
He's fighting with 3 right now, gonna get stunned thanks to Kerim very soon because he has the passive on him fully stuck. Xavi's around as well, they're all fighting with the mega boss, and finally it's a shutdown.
But it's the shutdown for Sejuani. I don't believe that's the best champion you wanted to put gold into. That's still a kill, but could have been way better. Right now, the situation in the gold is still looking really bad for the side of Lodis. 6k down, but what is Ketim going to buy with all that money? I mean, more armor, more magic resistance, maybe some AP if he's feeling it, but it's not going to change the outcome of the fights. You need Renekton to get a little bit stronger. You need Demolist to be able to match somebody on the side lanes. You need Zeller to finally finish the second item because, yeah, the Caitlyn is strong, but she still needs some additional offensive statistics from the equipment.
Hey, at least there is a Black Cleaver completed for PMK, and he is also going for some Grievous Wounds in his inventory. So that's something to try to shut Togepi down, but he's so behind compared to the Mega Bear that it's still going to be a hard task. Especially now with Forsaken being so keen on taking the control over the mid lane and top lane. And with the timer almost at 20-minute mark, Majutek, does it feel to you like it's going to be an early Nash?
I mean, just looking at the strength of this Volibear, maybe.
Oh,
just
Xavi, I'm not sure about your positioning right now. The Glacial Prison is coming on to Tongi to shut down this Jhin for a little while. But it's only a little while because Forsaken maybe looking for a way to re-engage, maybe looking for a way to remove Kerim from the fight and then go for the Nash. Lodis still waiting for something in that bush. But this conflict is gonna get de-escalated rather quickly.
This is the case of having 2 Warmocks on your team for both Ketim and Xavi. They could tank a little bit, and if they are lucky enough to survive, they just go back into the Fog of War.
Oh yeah.
Heal up, and no need to go back to the base. No need to give up the position around the Nash nor the Drake. So they could still hold for a little bit longer. Getting these 2 early Drakes puts them in a position that no soul is really scary for them. They could just play for a little longer. They could just scale, look for an opportunity, but it just feels like, you know, through the side lane, you're not going to get rid of Volibear. In the team fights, it's really tough to be fighting against Maokai and Rumble combo. What is Lodis going to do?
Try to find some control over the map, I would say, because if you look at the map, Forsaken have eyes everywhere. Lodis desperately need those eyes for themselves as well, but they just can't find any opening to go in and ward because Forsaken are constantly around them, constantly scaring them away from their own jungle, especially from the top jungle. On the bot, it's a little better. It's just Yugepi, who can act as a raid boss, but with 3 items, with the Spirit Rush completed for him, it is much harder to kill him. And now he's gonna stay on the bot lane, while Forsaken are starting the Nash. There is a little ward for Lodis, but it has been removed. It has been rather turned off, so they don't really see what's happening, but they can TP on it still. Here comes the ultimate from Parasite. Rafał is flying onto Zella, removing the Caitlyn from the fight. He's gonna get stunned, unfortunately, though, for him, because it's a Glacial Prison, and it's a shutdown for the Morales, who still has the ultimate. Does he want to fight further? Because they're fighting with GRP right now on the both side of your screen, while the top side of the screen, Tongi might be dying. No, he actually survives barely with a little health left, which cannot be said about the Morales. The Morales is dead. Here comes the curtain call to finish Xavi, and it's a 1-4. It's a double kill for Tongi, and it has to be Nash for Forsaken.
Yeah, but in the beginning it wasn't looking that good. I mean, GRP was a couple of seconds off his TP. I don't know if Lodis timed it properly, but if they just went in 5 against 4, maybe, just maybe, there was an opportunity of a one team fight, but they waited a little bit too long. GRP had his TP, come off the cooldown, joined the team, and the rest is just the history, as this game is going to be just a history, because with a 10k lead, it just looks like Forsaken will be too strong for Lodis to deal with.
It doesn't look like Lodis are standing any chance of finding an opportunity in this game. They're just so far behind Forsaken right now that they can't stand them in a fight. Even so split up, even trying to fight 2 versus 1, they can't really find any ways of getting the kills whatsoever. It's 1-4 in the end. It was in the previous fight. And now it looks like it is going to be the game for Forsaken soon enough, because they are sitting with the Baron buff, they are pushing in. They have just found Demolus, who barely escaped. He's jumping back though, because Kedim is on the back line, coming in with a Glacial Prison onto Parasite, but Parasite is not gonna get hooked because of that. He's still gonna die, and it's a kill for Demolus. Finally, another kill. Kedim still flashing forward. Fiona is flashing away. He doesn't want to get stunned. He doesn't want to get hit by Demolus. But GRP is coming. Wee wee. That is the sound of the police on your back lane. And he's cutting through them, but he's almost dead. Actually, finally, there is the way to kill the bear, apparently. But in the process, Sejuani is dead. Renekton is dead. Who else is gonna be dead?
That was a nice try, that was a nice attempt from the side of Matty USA LODIS, but once again, it just wasn't enough. They felt like they could go for it. Ketim felt like it, he flashed into it. Demolus used his ultimate. They really put everything into getting some eliminations, into stopping enemies from pushing into their own base. But, you know, they are lacking a little bit of damage. They are lacking a little bit of coordination. And even though GRP wasn't here from the beginning, and when he joined, he got basically one shot. The right boss was put to sleep within seconds. That's still not it.
But now here is the prize for Forsaken. They are taking the second Drake of the game. They're stacking the Infernal Drakes, which is always a really nice thing to do. And with the recall that they're going for right now, they still have a little bit more, I believe, than a quarter of the Baron buff available to them. So the push still continues, and Lodis are still in a really tough situation when it comes to defending their base and thinking about what they could do in the game. They did think about what they could do in the game. The idea to go into Parasite was an interesting one in this fight, but yes, it's again about Forsaken finding their ways to turn around, and about GRP finding a beautiful flank angle onto them. Did he die in the process? Yes. Did he take somebody with him, or rather allow the team to take somebody with him? Oh, absolutely.
That was interesting. I didn't pay attention to his ultimate cooldown, but he basically didn't use it. I was thinking about, you know, a Volibear jumping on top of their heads and just simply dominating those 4 guys with fully stacked ages and everything. It just didn't happen. But you know what? It just didn't matter, because the rest of the team is way ahead.
Wait, Lodis have finally been spotted on this ward, but nobody else has been spotted. Forsaken are still pushing in to remove this turret. It's gonna make life so much easier if they're defending against Lodis on their backlane. PMK is going right onto Park. He's dead immediately! What is going on? Kedim is fighting on the top side of your screen with GRP together with Zeller, and GRP actually is going down despite all the tankiness, but he's turning. What is this killing? He's turning down, and he is full health already. He's turning around, not turning down, of course, because it is another kill for him, but in the process, double kill for Forsaken, double kill for Rafał, and a game for Forsaken.
And once again, the key players from the side of Forsaken just don't disappoint. Maybe it wasn't so clean in the end. Maybe Matty USA LODIS put up a good fight, but it was too late to change the course of this match. Volibear was too ahead, Korotkiy was too ahead, and your carries just weren't on the same level.
Which is an interesting turn of events, right? Considering how the very early game went, especially with the bot lane, what was happening there for Lodis. But everything else was just crashing down. And even with this pry on the bot for Caitlyn and Nautilus, they couldn't find any advancement anywhere else on the map. As you said, Volibear was just rolling completely out of control for Matty USA LODIS. They couldn't get onto Ruffin quickly enough. And Tungi was always positioning himself so far away from everybody. It was a tough nut to crack for Lodis, but in the end, they were not the nutcracker in this story.
Yeah, in the end, I mean, we have experienced 2 or actually 3 streaks breaking, 1 winning, 2 losing streaks, but looks like Forsaken are way above these all curses and the everything. They are above everything. I'm
Exactly.
I'm looking for them. Actually, it looks like they are right now the strongest team in the league. Just looking at the statistics, just looking at the gameplay, just looking at the players, because we didn't think those players are capable of. They are showing off time after time after time, and it's time to show off their mid laner. Hello, Ravbin, long time no see you on the camera. Congratulations on the win, and tell me, was it special for you as a devils.one member, as a player coming from the 2nd division, to play against Matty USA LODIS?
Hello everybody. Yeah, thank you for kind words. I think it wasn't like special for me. I don't like consider Lodis as our like main opponent, right? I think we are like aiming higher than them, kinda. But yeah, it was like always pleasure to play versus players like Savi, who is like my friend. So a good game from them, and I think we also showed like good class of League of Legends.
Allow me to jump on what you just said. Who does Forsaken consider as their main opponent?
Yeah, I think the standings doesn't show, but I think Tenacity still got something in them. And at the end, I think it will be us and them who are fighting for like winning the Ultraliga. I think the other teams can compete, but maybe like Dark Horse would be back to the game, Gripcho or Anonymo. I think that this like one of these 3. Maybe it's Black Horse, but the clear favorites are, I think we are, and Tenacity.
It's just so easy to speak from your perspective, sitting at the top, alone, 3-0, everything is good. I have Koreans in my team. I am pretty much deathless during the first couple of games, together with
Yeah,
Zion,
bro, I was so mad I died, by the way. I was like, in the game, I'm like, oh my god, I will be like still the one deathless player, and I agreed. I killed Caitlyn with W, and I thought like they would like just go on me because I was so far away from them, and they just like threw like Sejuani flash, Akali flash, and I died, and my call was like,
So
I lost
the streak has ended, not the winning streak, but the deathless streak for Ravin has ended. Oh dear. Actually, I wanted to ask a question regarding the matter, but you answered to it. So I'm going to go with the different one. We've heard that there's no problem whatsoever about communication in your team. But what about decision making, especially decision about picking Volibear into the top lane, just smashing some items, smashing enemies, going on the flanks, 1 against 4, I don't care. Oops, I died, still I don't care. Was it all planned, or is Togepi just playing his own game?
I think like we are really like flexible in the draft. I think already show it. We can play a lot of champs on different roles. I think it's our like really big strength that we can like flex legit everything, and we are not scared like that. If like one pick goes to one player, it will go bad or something. Everybody's confident that they can play very well, and Togepi just show it. I think this Volibear performance was really insane. He like completely take over top lane and then like managed to help us, the team, to get like bigger leads, and like Togepi Sigma, what can I say more, right?
Honestly, yeah. Nothing to add to that. Rafin, but I have a personal question to you. Can you give us a little bit of an insight about your personal goals into this split?
Yeah, before the split, when I was asked to join this team, I was like, is it like real, you know? Is it like the Koreans are really Koreans, you know? So yeah, if like everything set up and I managed to talk with them, etc. Like I started to believing like we are really good team, and our like goal is not only like Ultraliga, but like to really show good on EMEA Masters, right? I think it's like everybody's goal is like this, and I'm really happy I can do it with these guys because I really think like this is the highest potential team I have ever been in. So I'm just glad I can, you know, just be in this team, like show my skill that I'm playing good, you know, show the best of me, and hopefully we can like, you know, go EMEA Masters and play really good there, and you know, like maybe achieve something. We will see.
Hopefully there is still a lot of time, a lot of place to improve yourselves in this league. I'm really looking forward to your next matches. Hopefully I will be casting plenty of Ultraliga in this season. So looking forward to seeing each other at yet another interview. This one sadly is coming to an end, and you know what's coming next. The stage is all yours. We are listening.
Yeah, thank you for having me here. I'm also like can't wait to join another time here. Yeah, so first of all, I would like send my regards to my mom who is like cheering for me, my grandma, my father, and my girlfriend, and my friends who are also cheering, and for everybody who's cheering for us for second. So thank you guys, and I hope we'll keep it up and still like show some good League of Legends.
Thank you too very much. Once again, congratulations on the week, on the streak going. Good luck in the future, and hopefully we will see each other through the webcams once again. For now, take care and goodbye.
Yeah, hope the same. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, Rafin.
This guy just didn't change from the second divisions. He's still so positive. He's still wholesome, and he's still really great at the game.
He is. Not deathless anymore, gotta say that, but still really great at the game. And it was a good game, and congratulations to Forsaken, because still maintaining their win streak in a scenario where everybody can win, everybody can lose at any given moment, it is truly admirable. But you know what else is admirable? The fact that we have one more game to go through today, and it's going to be back to the game versus devils.one. I personally can't wait to see that one. You should share my feeling, but before that, go have a break, have, I don't know, some tea, some snacks, and be right back to watch the final game of the day.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Yeah, bro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
stop.
Welcome back, everybody.
Yes.
You know what time is it? Everybody, it's time for game number 4.
Wait, my dog is on the balcony. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I need to let her in. I'm so sorry. She's not supposed to be on the balcony right now.
Okay, I wasn't expecting this, but it's all right. We are freeing the dog right now, everybody. The dog is now safe with
Yes.
Solari, I assume, at least.
Yes.
And you are safe, everybody, and you will be having a great time with me and Solari at map number 4. But before we jump into that, by the way, how is she? Is she okay? Did
She ran away from me through the balcony because she got scared. It was all for nothing.
All right. I mean, you didn't lock her in the balcony like 3 hours ago, right?
No, no, the balcony is open from the other room, so she just went there and she went here. So I was a little bit surprised to see her. She was just having a walk through the balcony. You know, it
Oh,
happens.
that's okay. And we are about to just have a map number 4. We had an exciting day thus far. We had Tenacity winning, Orbit Anonymo winning, Forsaken winning. Who's going to win the last one of today? It's going to be clash of back to the game facing against devils.one.
Interesting enough that both of us also predicted back to the game to win in this game, even though both back to the game and devils.one are sitting at 1-1 right now, one loss for each of them in the last games of the previous week, so on last Wednesday. And it's a little bit hard to predict who exactly is going to win in this one, to be fair. You could have gone with devils.one and nobody could have blamed you whatsoever, because this team does look like it has a little bit, of course, of its own weaknesses. It has its own demons it needs to fight on the Summoner's Rift and outside of it. But overall, it's an interesting team with a very unconventional, sometimes even approach to the game. And they could go far if they just, gathered it all together and found all of their strength. But at the same time, if you did predict back to the game to win today, again, nobody could ever blame you. This is a team that has already proven themselves, but now they have even more to prove because of their beautiful debut split of Ultraliga.
And the main problem for me is besides 2 organizations coming from the second division and blah 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 blah, is the fact that I do know a lot of those guys personally. I've met them at either Meet at Rift or some other league related events, or maybe even not. I've been at the boot camp of Back to the Game last year. The assistant coach of devils.one Shopility is also a caster of the second division, so I'm meeting with him recently, and it's really like choosing from one pack of friends and the second pack of friends. And if I'm going to choose the first one, the second one is going to get mad, and the opposite. And I couldn't really leave it blank as DrBrilmann did. Apparently, I had to decide. I just went with my gut. I just went with Back to the Game, mostly because this team is playing not their first, but the second, the third split together with only a different top laner. Right now, a different AD carry, Lothem, but he's been with the team for the entirety of the spring split. So I do believe in the synergy. I do believe in the hard work. I do believe in back to the game.
devils.one, I hope you are taking notes that Majutek does not want to be friends with you anymore. That's his way of breaking up. I'm just translating. Anyway, I'm dropped. Yes, devils.one. Of course I had to. Anyway, devils.one are on the red side. So far today, by the way, we have 100% red side victory win rate. So I am a little bit worried about my prediction yet again. But the bans are pouring in. Of course, the first ban from the side of Back to the Game has to be in Italy against Croatia. Also going with Korotkiy and Jace on top of that. devils.one don't want to see no Skana on the blue side. They don't want to see no Sion on the blue side. Who else do they not want to see? Maybe something against Cozy or Lothen, because both of them are incredibly potent players on the side of Back to the Game.
Maybe just Tristana, just because.
Yeah, well,
Tristana
makes
is
sense.
so
Yeah,
strong
yeah,
recently.
Tristana.
I was thinking about Hui, because Hui is strong. I've seen a lot of Hui in LEC. I've seen a lot of Hui in Hands of Sisyph. And we are going to see Hui once again. Coming from the one, pretty bold, but without the Tristana, without the Korotkiy, with those champions out of the line right now, what can you actually play to punish her? I mean, LeBlanc, Syndra, you can try, but pairing with a strong jungler, like, for example, Zin or Viego or something like that, it should be just fine to against you.
There is the immediate answer from devils.one. That is going to be Taliyah locked in for reboot for the mid lane together with Nautilus. We don't even know who the AD carries are going to be, but we already have a really interesting match on the mid lane. Taliyah is going to suffer into Hui, obviously, because he has more range. He has a lot of damage, but Taliyah most likely is not planning to be alone on this mid lane all the time. A really big question right now is what the jungler is going to be for devils.one. What is going to be the pairing that Croatia is going to provide to reboot?
The one thing that Alisia can do to make herself, a better place at mid lane is to not play on mid lane at all, just to dodge it and jump straight into the jungle. Because Croatia has been playing a lot of magic champions. He's been playing Nidalee, he's been playing Karthus, so maybe for the third time he's going to go with AP jungler. We don't know it yet. Taliyah could be flexed to both of these positions, so we will have to wait a little bit. But Back to the Game are not waiting. They are deciding, okay, we see an angle. You maybe want to go for a hyper carry for Antonio. We are going to be one step ahead. We are going to pick a team that's going to delete your hyper carry. So now is your move. Now is your pick. Let's go.
So what are devils.one going to answer it with? Because we have supports from both sides. Are they going to pick a jungler right now and confirm to Back to the Game that there is no flex for Taliyah? Or are they going to blind something else and keep Taliyah as a potential flex? I really wonder what the strategy there is for them. But I love what you mentioned about Back to the Game picking Vibe really strategically, because of course Antonio is going to go for something like that. And have you seen the trailer for the new Arcane, by the way? Because we might have a little bit of glimpse. We might have a little bit of spoilers in this game today.
Yep, I don't know about the outcome of this game. Is it, prepared to be a teaser, another teaser of the great series Arcane? I don't know about that, but I kind of predicted the speak of a Jinx. You usually respond to Jinx with something like Rel with Vi. Back to the Game just predicted it and said, okay, you are going to pick Jinx. We are going to be prepared, and we are going to check if you are bold enough to face the usual repercussions of picking Jinx.
Because you know that Antonio is not gonna go for anything other than his usual not escapable AD carries. He's good at them, but at the same time this kind of limits him and makes it much more predictable for the enemy team to go for the counter picks before Antonio even shows up his own cards. But let's focus on the second rotation of the bans. Varys and Kalista are the picks at devils.one. Really don't want to see from the side of Lothen. Lothen is excellent at both of these champions, so again, makes a lot of sense. Xante, I love this. Thank you very much, Back to the Game, for banning out Xante. No Xante game for us this time. And this second ban, I wouldn't be surprised if it's also against the top lane, because they would want, of course, to make Cozy's life as nice as possible there. He's a really big player for them. And yes, it is gonna be Olaf.
That's trying to, set up a nice matchup for Cozy, but it most probably will be the last pick for the top lane, securing the jungler now to kind of break the flex of Talia, but still securing the nice matchup. I've seen what devils.one did in the first rotation, by banning Sion. You're not going to swap, you're not going to run away from the top lane. Matix is just throwing the glove, throwing the challenge to the Cozy. Two of the really great top laners of this league clashing against each other. It just has to be an interesting matchup. 1 against 1. No swap, no junglers, just straight up.
Yes. Yes, please. Thank you very much. That is going to be really exciting. I mean, there is still a little bit of flex possibility on the side of devils.one if they suddenly send Rek'Sai to the top lane and Talia to the jungle, and mid lane is still open, but I would really doubt that is what's going to happen. However, what is happening right now is there is a lock-in of a rumble for the side of Back to the Game. Is it for Cozy? Is it for Akoda? Akoda? No, it's not for Akoda because there is Rel already there for Akoda. So that is the top lane rumble in the end, and an Aphelios for Lothian as an answer to the Jinx.
I was thinking about Caitlyn for a moment, but just for a slight moment.
To keep it arcane-like.
Yeah, that's the first argument. The second one is Caitlyn is just really, really cool. But Aphelios with Rel, with Hui, with Rumble, with all those area of effects, damage, and his ultimate, and his, a different set of weapons, it could be a better answer to the team fights. And on the top lane, we might see a lot of 1v1s. It might be as juicy, it might be not as bloody as we predicted, because we do have an Ornn locked in.
I love this last pick from devils.one. I love it much more than the rest of the draft, to be honest. But especially paired up with Talia and Rek'Sai, there is now a really long-range engage available for devils.one. And if you think about it, it is much longer than what Back to the Game can offer. Because Back to the Game would like to have an all-in with Vi, with Rel, and with Rumble on top of that. But they're their range of engage is much shorter than when one sends in the Call of the Forge Gods or Talia jumps in on the Weaver's Wall. So this is an interesting answer from the side of devils.one. I quite like this one, especially also because it provides the team composition with a really powerful and reliable front lane, which is exactly what Jinx loves to see in front of her.
Both compositions have some strengths and issues, but I gotta agree with you, playing the Talia, playing the Ornn, possibilities to just engage out of the range of your screen. I mean, you're just farming some creeps, you're just setting anything up, then wall appears behind you, then, the Call of the Forge God is being used, Mega Death Rocket is flying your way, you might find yourself in some trouble. But I still do believe on Back to the Game. I like the composition very much, full with damage, full with area effects, not only the damage but the CCs itself. So really looking forward to this one.
The last game of today, ladies and gentlemen. Back to the Game versus devils.one. No win or loss streaks to break here, but maybe some pride and dignity to break from either of the side. We're going to see about that. Will devils.one maybe break another curse that we have through today and lose while being on the red side? Honestly, I don't know.
Each game we are breaking something. Breaking lose streaks, breaking winning streaks, breaking deathless streaks for Ravbin, for example. So
breaking hearts.
This time, it's either going to be the win ratio for the red side, or it's going to be a heart of mine for cheering for Back to the Game. But it wouldn't hurt so bad because devils.one is still hell of a team, really, really strong individuals. Asthmatics, previously known for playing for Alior Bank team. Krisha, a veteran of Ultraliga, shall I name him that? Antonio Dancer, coming from the second division, but actually rocking in the first Ultraliga.
Yes.
Yeah, this roster is strong.
I like both of these rosters. That would be so hard for me to say who I am more biased towards, but I think, gotta say that Back to the Game's entrance to Division 1 was just a little bit too unforgettable. So that's why I did go with the prediction for them. Today, let's see if they're going to help us both or disappoint us a little bit. Krisha, he senses something. He knows that there is a deep ward standing right at his red buff, so he's masterfully escaping it, going right past it, not getting spotted whatsoever, and just taking the Krugs.
I don't know if he wasn't spotted for like a friction of a second. So whenever the back to the game players press tab, they see him, you know, with level 2 and 4 creeps on the creep score. Maybe, just maybe, but right now they definitely spot him at the red buff, so they know what's been cooking. They know the pathing, and they can predict that the bot lane will need to stay safe around the minute mark of 3.
It's not like they need additional safety. They're under their turret. Strictly put, they are under the turret fighting with a huge wave right now, but that gives Antonio a really good window for a nice recall, which means the wave is going to push back into the turret of devils.one. And yes, back to the game actually will be in a little bit of danger unless they find a good way to freeze the wave on their side of the lane, which is frankly exactly what they should do considering all things.
By the way, we just experienced a great move from the side of Syzyf. The simple step to the right just to see what's going on, and he saw Dancer on the move just warding this side of Shaskew's jungle. So right now he knows that there is a vision ward around, so he could choose a different path to try to surprise the enemies. Also, that this is a small thing, but you need to be monitoring the movements of both Talia and Nautilus to be able to predict what's going on, to be able to answer to those movements.
It's the game of information, right? Especially in this game. Who knows a little bit more about the other team? Will devils.one realize that Shasku is just waiting for this wave to be pushed a little bit further and to get into this bush with the Fog of War, to get into the second bush with the Fog of War, and then bait Antonio and Dancer, bait out a hook from Dancer and capitalize and punish devils.one bot lane for that. But Dancer is not really keen on taking any baits whatsoever. They just want to farm up.
Yeah, that's a perfect position for Shasku, but unfortunate for him, Dancer don't want to engage into a full wave of minions, so Shasku just decides to go back, secure the crash of the wave, and go for a quick recall, because he's lacking some camps, as I see. Krisha sitting on 32, Shasku on 24, which means 2 camps less than the enemy.
But he's going now towards the Mr. Gromp, then the Wolves will spawn, but it looks like the Scuttle Crab would be a better idea. He might end up meeting Krisha in there if Krisha's goals are around the top part of the map, but with Dragon spawning, with his bot lane just recalling again at a really good point in time, maybe the next objective for devils.one is going to be that very Drake that is spawning right here, right now.
Right now they are in the base, so not the best timing to secure it, but with a little bit of vision and the position of Krisha trying to penetrate the jungle of the blue team. And if Shasku shows up on top lane, they are going to 100% focus on this Drake. Right now, they don't know, Matix don't know what's waiting behind the wall.
No, he's just busy buying items, buying quote-unquote, because he doesn't even need to leave the base, he doesn't even need to leave the turret. Now, he wants to leave the turret. He wants to leave the lane. But can he? Oh. No, he cannot, because Cozy throws on him the ultimate. Here comes Vi, but the flash from Matix is gonna deliver him to safety.
It's going to be a win of Flash, but it's going to be a lose of a Drake, because they saw Shasku and they are going to commit into this one with Reboot just scouting around, just trying to see what's going on. Is he going for the grabbies? Is he going for an invade? No, okay, I'm going to go back on lane and I'm going to be more tanky for the entire game because my team secures the Mountain Drake.
It's a nice Drake to secure as the first one in the game. It's a nice piece of information for Reboot that allows him to stay on the lane for a little while longer. devils.one also know that the grabbies haven't been started by back to the game, which opens a possibility for them, if that is what Krisha's heart desires, to finish the camps on the both side of the map and then rotate towards the grabbies. There is, however, a fight happening actually on the bot lane with Dancer and Antonio both taking quite a lot of damage from Lothian. Ooh, these gun combination, the early levels really hurts, doesn't it? Akori is coming in, but Dancer does the same. The Ignite is ticking on Antonio, but Dancer's health bar is ticking as well, and Shasku secures the first blood.
To be honest with you, excellent trade from the side of Back to the Game.
Yes.
They just start hitting at the enemies in between, you know, the lane of minions, just not caring at all, just thinking, okay, if Nautilus goes in, we are too close to the tower, so that he will be punished by Shasky rotating. If he decides to not throw an anchor at us, we are just going to keep smacking him. And just look at the replay. Dancer and Antonio are already half HP, and they just started fighting back, with Antonio retreating because he knows he can't do anything in this situation.
Exactly. Good idea for Antonio to retreat. Unfortunately, Dancer couldn't afford the same luxury, so it's a 1-0 so far. On top of that, however, devils.one are securing the grabbies right now, and maybe we're looking forwards to something on the top lane. But this ward in the tribush is not going to let them do anything. Dancer will have to recall on the top part of the map. And what is the next step?
I mean, besides of getting the first blood for Back to the Game, they are not winning as hard as I thought they would. They gave up the Drake, they gave up the Grabbies, they cannot go into Krisha's jungle. Shasku is losing, still losing in terms of, you know, camps being slain. Maybe some advantage on the top lane, but that's about it. They are somehow ahead, mostly because of the first blood and the gold shared in between the three of the players. But it's not a really great position coming from the early game. I have expected a little bit more the moment they gave up the trade. But maybe right now it's the time to answer.
Quite possibly. Shasku is lurking around the bot lane again, so does Krisha. Neither of the junglers have been spotted anywhere just yet, but for devils.one, it's a little bit less clear what could have been found here. Maybe just shadowing, maybe just making sure that Shasku is not up to any funny business. If so, it was successful. However, what I wonder about right now is when the fights are going to start. Maybe actually very soon, because oh my god, thank you, Kora jumping right in with the magnet stores. Thank you, level 6. Thank you, Rel, for being an incredible fighter. Antonio is really low, already has to pop the barrier to survive. But Krisha, can he say the same about himself? He's flashing away from the enemies. Akura is still chasing, he is hunting, he wants to go further, cannot go down, so he's gonna stop him. Is he gonna be a kill finally? Yes, Krisha is dead, but the Weaver's Wall means that there is one more man to add to the equation. Antonio gets the kill onto Lothian. Is Caesar fishing for something else? Is anybody fishing for anything else? It looks like that's gonna be it.
That was an interesting fight, to be honest, and it was a 3 against 3. On the top lane, it's not going to be as interesting, because he's just going to continue bullying Matix for picking Ornn and just, you know, making his life miserable. But on the bot lane, I saw an interesting interaction. We will see it on the replay, because Krisha went up ahead trying to block every source of damage coming from the side of Loten. And I was thinking, okay, Shasku got it, but then he flashed back from the zap of Antonio, even though Antonio had like 400 HP, and they couldn't finish the Jinx. And when you can't finish the Jinx, when you can't put her to sleep, you're going to face consequences.
We gotta make her very excited, and trust me, you don't want to make this little powder excited, because bad things are gonna happen to you in return. But still, this is a 2-1 situation. Still, the gold lead is there for Back to the Game. They've been diligently farming up, getting in more kills than devils.one. But the problem with the kills is starting to appear if you look at the kill distribution. It's a jungler and a support. Nice, yes, do feed your supports with kills, please, but maybe take some for yourself, especially if your Ophelia is a really scaly champion. Your scaling does come a little bit later than Jinx.
Yeah, in both situations, it was pretty tough to get an elimination, so I can't really blame Lofen for not getting anything.
Nobody's blaming anybody, just, you know...
Yeah, it's just the setup, you know? It's just both Vi and Rel are going really deep into it, trying to put as much damage on the current target as possible. And Lofen, without the sniper rifle, is finding a really tough time to be able to reach the enemy to actually deal any damage whatsoever.
Yeah, there is really a very specific gun combination from Aphelios that the rest of the team needs to dance around if they want to commit to engages that are really so far away from Aphelios. It's really hard for him to follow up, and mainly he doesn't want to follow up. He doesn't want to move. He wants the enemies to move into him. So for Lothar, the rest of his composition is not really working for him, but Akura, regardless of anything, is still going in. Here comes the call of the Forge Gods. The Conduct Orn is looking for the prey. Dancer, however, is dead. In the meantime, Shasky can say the same about himself. Koz is still firing back at Maddox. These guys are still up to it regardless of what is happening to Drake. Oh, the Drake is still alive in the meantime, and devils.one are gonna secure it.
Yeah, they are 100% going to secure it because their jungler is alive and back to the game is not. That was a nice try from the side of Sisyph, but I don't think in any situation Krisha would leave him steal it. That was a close fight indeed. I saw the equalizer. I was a little bit excited about, oh my god, back to the game are having it. It was going to be a nice fight. No equalizer into actually nobody, just zoning the Jinx. But you cannot zone the Jinx if you just don't CC her, and that was the beginning of the problems. Lofen without the mana, Kozi without the position, you just couldn't continue with the fight.
I like how you're mentioning a very interesting point about the difference between the teams, is that devils.one with their engage can actually hit the backline of the enemy if they land, for example, the call the Forge course from Ornn correctly. Back to the game do not have the same luxury. They really need to be handsy, they need to be very all-in if they want to go on to Jinx on Antonio. And I do have a feeling that unless they find a creative approach to this problem, it is gonna keep being a big issue for them in the upcoming teamfights, because if they don't kill Antonio, as you have already mentioned, it is no good and the fight cannot be won.
But those are just, you know, the fights from the early game. But this time we had a 5 against 5 actually. Both top laners showed up to this fight. So we had a nice try of what we might see in the future. But we are still lacking some crucial items, especially for the carries, their first items. It's going to be either Infinity Edge, Collector, whatever you want to go with, you need the first power spike. Otherwise, you're just dealing some autos.
Oh, yeah, the Magnet Storm is back at it, and Akura is securing yet another kill. Krisha is down. God, Akura is really relentless today.
Maybe he needs to start building some offensive items instead of Lofen. Maybe that's the case. But no, to be 100% honest with you and the viewers, that's not the best information. A kill is a kill, that's still a nice tempo play, but the distribution of the gold is just not ideal.
It is sad, to say the least, yeah. True, 4 kills overall for Back to the Game. They all the time manage to keep this at least one kill difference between devils.one. In every fight, they get more in return compared to devils.one. But who those kills are on? Still on Shasky and still on the quarter. Really not the best look for Back to the Game. They need to funnel more money into Aphelios. Sisyph is fine for the time being. He's at least sitting on 1 completed item, but that as well, it is just a Blackfire Torch. It does require more items on top of that to finally be a valuable item if you want it to.
And just looking at the gold, we can see that both Shasky and the Corder are ahead of their direct enemies. Mid lane is fine, top lane is ahead mostly due to, you know, just Rumble being played into the Ornn and the Keystone. But just looking at the carries, you know, if those 2 kills were given to Lofen, we would have had an equal situation. Back to the Game would have been overall ahead, like 1.7k of gold. It should be okay. Maybe losing in 2 drags, but we can still manage to go for a third, especially with Rumble and Hui in a good position. But speaking about position, okay, that's good that Accorder actually checked this corner, because it could have been a disaster.
It might still be a disaster, maybe, because oh, the hook is coming in from Dancer. Really nice knock-up as well from Reboot to seal the deal on to Koda. But it's a kill for support! They kill the support, but they give this kill to support and Lowithan doesn't hit anybody with a Moonlight Visual. Croatia still hunting. Dancer is still hunting! So does Reboot. Here finally comes the Reboot as well, but it's not gonna hit Lowithan. No knock-up for him, no more kills for devils.one.
A lot of ultimates being used, but actually sent into the space. I'm talking about Aphelios, I'm talking about Quay. Nothing gets done for the side of Back to the Game. They just lost the tower and they just lost another temple. They lost the control over the Drake, but maybe they are going to regain it because Krisha and Ribu are going back to the base. But Back to the Game, it's just so sleepy for them. They are indecisive, they are imprecise, they are just, you know, not playing their best. But hey, maybe that's just an early game issue. Maybe in teamfights, as I mentioned before, the synergy, the cooperation, the communication, all that they've been working for over a year now will pay off.
But it's kind of starting to bite them in the back already, doesn't it? Because if you look at the goal difference between the teams, it is almost non-existent. devils.one have managed to bridge the gap between them and Back to the Game. Okay, now it is going to be fixed, even if ever so slightly. Shasku is releasing the Herald on the mid lane, going to... Akura, sorry, is going to throw himself into this Herald. They're trying to assault this turret on the mid lane, but instead it is going to be Akura assaulted by devils.one. They don't let him jump out of this Herald to a safe destination, and they get the kill, and Back to the Game are running away. But how far can you run from Dancer and his hooks? And the knockup from Ribu, and Antonio is getting another kill. He is so damn excited now.
That was questionable, at least from the side of Accorder. I mean, yeah, you are getting into the Herald and you want to jump back, but you are playing against Talia, against Jinx. They can just trap you in this really problematic situations, and they did. They just got 2 kills gifted from the side of Back to the Game, and looks like the third Drake is coming along.
Wait, Ribu is running away. Oh, it's a shutdown! It's a shutdown for Lothan! Dancer is fighting in the meantime with Caesar. He's fighting with everybody right now. Marix getting a kill onto Lothan. It wasn't long that Lothan had the saver of the kill. And Caesar is the next one to the devils.one. Keep pushing in. They're not just taking the Drake, it looks like. They're taking almost everybody from from Back to the Game.
Yeah, they took the shutdown on Ribu, but so what? So what right now? devils.one are still up ahead in kills, they are still up ahead in Drakes, and they are going to accelerate this advantage from 2 to 3 Drakes, putting themselves into a really nice position for the next 5 minutes of the game.
Majutek, are we feeling worried about our prediction right now?
I started feeling worried like a while ago, not specifically when Accorder was having 2 kills, but the moment where Accorder went into the Herald and just decided to go in, you know, no consequences, you know, we ball, we party, we don't care, and okay, I am caught in this really difficult situation where my team just cannot help me. I forced them to go in and, you know, try to siege the tower, and then we lost it. And then Jinx got 4 kills, 3 assists, 2 items, and what to do now?
I think the idea there was that whenever you hit the turret or any terrain with the Herald, no, if you only hit the turret with the Herald, you're getting thrown out of it into a rather safe distance. devils.one were ready for it. They stopped Akura on the fly. They didn't let him fly away from the Herald because they killed him right under the turret.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, you are going to bounce back, you are going to jump, you will be, you know, airborne. Against Talia, against Nautilus, that can basically just grab you in the air and put you down. That was maybe not inting specifically, but that wasn't, you know, think through enough.
Quite possibly, yeah. The idea was there, but they didn't really consider the consequences, and the consequences were rather dire. However,
That's still playable. That's still a
Exactly.
situation, you know, near the draw. Not looking at the Drake, just looking at the gold, at the items. It's still playable. Maybe Lotham needs some more fuel to be able to be useful in the team fights. Maybe, you know, a great combination of ultimates coming from Kozzy, Shaski, and the Corder. Maybe that. But I'm worried that this one has better tools. I mean, Jinx that's ahead. Nautilus that has best in the game ultimate, just basically point and click and delete your enemy. Ornn level 13, and it's going to be even better for them. Yeah, that's a tough spot to be in.
Level 13 means the upgrades are starting to come in. I believe his own Kaning curriculum has already been upgraded, so we are talking about even more possibilities for devils.one without really spending any additional money. So the difference in gold between the teams, yes, it is there for devils.one. They are in the lead, but it doesn't really matter too much because they have Owen and the lead is even bigger right now. 2 items already on Rebu, 1.5 to Sisyph, just to compare the two, for example. A lot of AP damage, by the way, from the start of back to the game, and maybe a very dead Lothian right now. He flashes over the Weaver's wall from Talia, and he is still alive, but Rebu, he's gonna go golden right when Shaski wanted to go onto him with a cease and desist. In the meantime, a Korda is dead, Kozzy is jumping and running away. This is a disastrous fight for back to the game.
That was a nice position after Lofen flashed over the wall, but it just wasn't enough. Rebu just pressed the Zonya, just got the shield, and everybody just walked up. Everybody besides Accorder, because once again, devils.one are somehow getting ahead in kills in these situations, and it's better and better for them. It's another kill for Jinx. It's 1 minute and 20 seconds for the next Drake. It just might be a soul for them.
Antonio is sitting on a 5-0-3 score right now, and that is something that back to the game really have to be worried about, because Antonio, he is not the most consistent player, but whenever he is having his highs, they are incredibly high and flashy. You can remember it from the previous split, and right now when he's playing one of his comfort champions, when he's set so ahead compared to literally everybody across the board, we are expecting no less than a supreme display of talent from him.
Yep, and on top of that, he's playing Jinx. He's playing the champion when, if you have a really good day, if you are ahead, if you're really feeling it, you could basically 1v9. And it's not going to be 1v9 because the team is not going to be against him. It's going to be 1v5, which makes it a lot of easier. Right now, Accorder trying to get a really sneaky position. I believe he wasn't spotted for a while. So devils.one are probably not suspicious about it. That's the position that could potentially win the fight over the Drake.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. But only say back to the game. Have 2 items on Sisyph. Finally, 2 items on Lothan. Same for Kozzy. So that is a good setup. devils.one really have very limited information about where everybody from the enemy side is. And they are starting the dragon just like that. That might be the mistake from their side that back to the game have been waiting for and looking for. When is it going to be engaged? Because the Drake is coming down very quickly. Now they see a quarter. They know what's coming. It is coming in, but the own horn has been spawned. And for a quarter is dead on the spot. Really good ultimate from Sisyph, dealing a lot of damage. But look at Antonio. He is flashless, but he's so far away from everybody. Nobody can get to Jinx. She's firing from afar. Really good hook onto Kozzy. Kozzy is destined to be dead, but Madix at the same time, though, he's getting a lot of damage, especially from Sisyph. Kozzy killed Madix. -1 for devils.one. Back to the game, are in control of the Drake. Here comes the Weaver's wall, though. Dancer is dead. Is it gonna be a dead Talia as well? But Lothan is the one to die in the process. Rebu killed him. Shut down onto Antonio. How did it happen? Rebu is killed as well. And Krish is running away. He's running in circles and circles and circles, but he's dead as well.
How on earth did they win this team fight? I mean, after this great position of Accorder, he misplayed it so badly, and they turned it over 4 against 5, playing against really strong Jinx, playing against the really chunky Ornn. They somehow pulled it out of their hats. I mean, I don't believe that Back to the Game won this fight, but these are the facts, ladies and gentlemen. They are once again back in the game.
Oh yes, they are indeed staying true to their name. 10 to 10 is the kill score. The dragon stacking has been stopped for now, still the soul point for devils.one, but at least one dragon is up and running, full back to the game. 45k gold. They are in lead. About 3 to 4k, doesn't matter. I'm not gonna do the counting. Majutek, what happened in this fight?
He just flashed in. He wanted to press R. He wanted to press anything, but he just couldn't. The chain CC was too strong. If Accorder were able in this position to pull out the ultimate, the Magnet Storm, it would have been over. After that, I was thinking, okay, that's a disaster. Antonio is just going to kite everybody. But suddenly he lost that great chunk of HP. He just couldn't go in. And look at this. He just went into Hui's abilities. Then Shasku basically flashed on him. And without Jinx, you are lacking like 50% of your damage output.
Yeah, that is the problem of having a hyper carry, do the hyper carry stuff. But speaking of doing stuff, that is another fight, and Antonio is dead yet again. What is devils.one gonna do without their main carry? Fight back apparently is the answer, because Accorder is gonna be dead, but in the process it's a double kill for Lothar, and Accorder lives. He survives this time somehow. It's 2 kills from back to the game.
And it all just basically shattered for devils.one. I mean, they had a great opportunity of getting the soul, of getting really ahead into this game, but two fights for back to the game, and they turned everything. They got the Drake, they got a couple of kills. Right now they are getting Baron Nashor, and looks like devils.one, there's nothing to do about it.
No, nothing. I like some ideas devils.one are still throwing at the enemies, and you can see there is a lot of control, so many knockups, so much CC, but it's not enough. The problem is Antonio is dying so early in the fight. If only he survived, even if he died still, but survived for a little while longer, it would have been so beneficial for devils.one. He is 6 kills. He is 3 items strong. When he's dead, who else is dealing the damage? Because there is pretty much only Ribu left, and Ribu is not able to match the output from Jinx.
Yeah, I mean, Ribu, it's they're mostly for the control, for the ultimate, for controlling the space, poking the enemies. Yes, that's correct. He's dealing damage, but not as much as Antonio. And I just have to remind you that Jinx was our free pick going against Vi and Rel. That was a bold move. That was the move that paid off in the early game. That was the move that led to a nice acceleration of the pace. But in the end, Vi just aims at you with your mouse, presses R, Rumble does the same, and there's not much you can do without the flash. Antonio's flash is going to come back within a minute, or maybe even shorter, so I'm looking for this opportunity because devils.one need it.
They need any opportunity right now. Suddenly they're not in control anymore. They have lost the wheel of this ship, and this ship, oh boy, it's sinking very damn quick. Back to the game with the Baron buff are pushing in. However, devils.one, you gotta give that to them. They do have a pretty decent wave clear on their side that allows them to stay afloat for a little while longer, but it's just staying afloat. It's like, you know, you can turn off all the engines on a plane that is flying. We have a lot of plane analogies today, but the point is it's not going to fall down immediately. It's going to float. You can even land it rather safely, but it is not going to fly high. It is most likely not going to get you where you want to be. And devils.one, they seem to have all of their engines down somehow. At least the upgrades from Owen are coming in. They have some more gold pouring in because of the minions coming their way. So there is hope. But the biggest hope for them is going to be the next Drake. 40 seconds, the next Drake is going to spawn. It might be the soul for them, if they even survive to see that, because Accorder is coming in. Cozy is looking for a way in, and they secure and protect the turret on the mid lane.
They still have one engine. It's damaged. It was burning a couple of seconds ago. It's named Jinx with 3 items. But I'm not sure if it's going to get everybody to a safe spot. I mean, yes, Antonio is strong. Yes, the setup is great. But right now, you lost the momentum, you lost the control, you are losing structure after structure, and you're going to eventually lose yet another Drake. It's not going to be a soul for back to the game. It's not going to be game-changing, but it's going to extend the game even more.
Wait, do back to the game want to fight here? At the entrance to the Drake, because otherwise they're giving the turret away. They don't want to give the turret away, but with its health bar, I don't think it's
no equalizer.
Beyond
no equalizer,
salvation.
I don't think
no
so.
No equalizer and Crazy, that's true. Can they even force a fight? Because they're not taking the Drake. They're not moving towards the pit. They are not protecting the turret either. Back to the game, hello? Can we make a decision? And now we lost the position at the Drake. We have some vision. There is back to the game. But what do we do?
But look at the card there. Is it going to happen again?
Yeah. Can we look a little bit higher? Oh, they noticed
He's going his way. No, he got zapped. Oh
no. Run away, baby.
Just buy some time.
You can buy
Maybe
yeah,
even
exactly.
escape.
It's enough time. You can die now, Akoda. You've done your bidding. Thank you very much. Sleep well, old friend. It is the second dragon for back to the game thanks to your sacrifice.
It would have been played out without the sacrifice, but okay. I mean, he got discovered, unlucky for him. Couldn't do the same thing in a row. Back to the game are extending the game. Back to the game are just waiting, scaling. But is it really good though? I mean, Ornn is giving more ornaments. Jinx is getting stronger. Nautilus is going to be the same really useful tool in the team fight. I mean, the longer you play, the more opportunities you give to him and his team to be able to find way, to find affiliate, to delete those damage dealers and come back once again. The gold difference is visible, it's 5k, but the longer the game goes, the more irrelevant it is.
That is why it would be so nice to see more proactivity from back to the game. Maybe around a minute's mark from now, because the second Baron of the game is going to spawn. If back to the game do not feel like they have enough push to just go for the enemy's base as it is, maybe what they need is going to be answered in less than a minute from now already. Maybe the second Drake is exactly what they should be going for. Interesting enough, they have two Curb Blooms on their side, which is working rather interestingly in synergy with the two Ocean Drakes that they already have, and with the potential of the Ocean Soul, the additional healing is a nice one. I really wonder how they proc off each other. They need to try to make sure Sisyph and Cozy don't get the same assists in a fight at the same time to proc one after another, but that's minorities, you know? We'll talk about it later. It's just details. But right now, the biggest detail is a Dancer is going in with a flash and a hook right onto Quarter. Quarter is caught in between the action again, but Dancer pays for it immediately. Here are the two Crypto Blooms because Cozy is on a killing spree. Antonio, however, has slayed the Quarter. Can anybody get to Antonio? Because the guy is free-firing. Somebody do something about this Jinx. And Sisyph has heard my prayers, but not loudly enough. Apparently, Antonio runs away, but at what cost?
The cost of probably lost Baron Nashor, I do believe so. Shasku and Loten could do it as a duo, but the rest of the team is coming. But we see some teleport. We see Antonio getting some health back. devils.one are still going to try do something, but I believe it's too late.
It is too late. The Baron has been taken. Reboot doesn't find Sisyph, even with a very nice attempt. So back to the game. Recalling should have the Baron on absolutely everybody on their team. Is this going to be enough of an oomph for them to finish the game? Because if not, in 2 minutes from now, they will have to fight for the next Drake.
I want to quickly go over this fight. Once again, Accorder, unlucky guy, you know, taking the bullet for the team, being airborne for the whole fight, basically couldn't do anything. But I want to highlight Lofen right now, just finding the position when he go in against 3 flash out of this knockup and try to maneuver somewhere around them, you know, not being able to finish Antonio, but getting him low enough so he cannot really respond to any of this.
Good thinking right in the midst of the fight from back to the game that is bringing them to the brink of opening up the enemy base. Let's see if they will be successful in doing that, because right now they are securing the grounds through the enemy's jungle, putting in some vision, destroying the vision from the enemy. They have opened up the mid lane. There is just the base turret waiting. Ideal scenario would be to go through the top lane turret, but look at how many devils.one members are there already. They are protecting it with their lives so fiercely. So what is going to be the next movement from back to the game?
And it's super hard to siege against Alisia, against Jinx, against Ornn, who can always just press R and zone you out of it. Even if you stack a wave, even if you group up everything perfectly, Ornn is just going to scare you away. The rest of the team are going to get rid of the minion wave, and the Nashor blessing can last forever.
No, it can't, but an Equalizer can do really nice damage onto Rebo, forcing out the shield out of his Surf's Embrace. Good cooldown to take off, and a lot of health taken off as well. And the turret on the top lane taken off as well, by the way, and the recall is just in time for Back to the Game to regroup towards the Drake. They absolutely cannot give away the next Drake to devils.one. This soul is going to be a really useful one for them, especially since they already have their own Kirk Bloom on Rebo. For devils.one, this is a must fight.
I'm sorry, I just saw one problematic thing, you know? Krisha is level 14. He won't do any damage to Lofen, he won't do any damage to Sisyph, he won't be any threat whatsoever. Yeah, I see 2 items, one of them is the ornament and everything is cool, but level 14 at this long of a game is not enough. He's been cut from the resources, he just gave everything to Rebo and Antonio, but he's so under level that right now his only goal is just to either peel the Jinx or just to go and try to find and engage onto the enemy team. But Krisha alone can't do much with this amount of resources. It's just not enough for him.
Yeah, he has level 14 into level 16, 17, 18 on the start of Back to the Game on their most important carries. For Krisha, it's a tough one. He needs to be the front lane. He needs to be the bruiser for the team, but it's not like he's gonna survive too much of the damage flying his way, not much he can do either. So yeah, I agree with you. His roles are really limited in the upcoming fights. But Back to the Game's roles are not limited by anything because they have 3 Drakes in their pockets. The Baron buff is off, but their desire to win is still on.
I've heard that last week Krisha was a little bit ill. He was having some health problems. I was surprised by it because you do remember the Kartus game, you know, 4-0 in the early game, just pretty much stomping the early game of the Kartus. We were shocked, and then yeah, he couldn't position well himself later in the fight. There were some problems with him. I've heard that he's almost back to full health, but looks like I don't know if that's the case or if it's the case that he needs to be providing for the team and he's just letting them, you know, take everything from the jungle. But right now he needs to find a perfect position, a perfect opportunity to go with a flash knock-up onto 2 of the most important carries. Otherwise, yeah, his role will be limited to just be the sponge to soak some upcoming damage and pray that Antonio and Rebo can carry.
Another person who is pretty much locked in one role right now is Rebo. Rebo needs to farm up as quickly as possible because if you look at the items difference between him and Sisyph, you will see 4 items already for Sisyph with Rabadon's completed. Rebo is on 3 items and 2 Road of Ages. No, not Road of Ages, that would be impossible, right? That is just 2 needlessly large roads, of course, which means he's on his way to Rabadon's, but the last push is really costly. He's recalling right now after taking a lot of waves on the bot lane and then on the top lane. So yes, exactly, that was right just enough for him. Finally, a big power spike for this Talia for the damage output from devils.one. Wonder if it's going to be enough for them.
All right, everybody is geared up, looks like. I mean, I don't believe that anybody is going to just recall out of nowhere on this tight situation. Nashor is spawning within the 45 seconds. Everybody grouped on the mid lane. The fight is about to happen. Solari, we gotta be ready for it. Back to the game, 3 Drakes. devils.one, 3 Drakes. Gold. Yeah, there is an advantage for Back to the Game, but looking at those items, it's not that big of an advantage. Everything could happen in the upcoming fight.
Yeah, this difference in gold between the teams stops really mattering all that much because everybody is pretty much sitting on their respective power spikes. And now it might just come down to one big team fight. Back to the Game are looking for one. Akura is yet again fishing for a good angle onto devils.one. The problem is 5 seconds before the Baron. No vision this time for Back to the Game onto the river. They don't see what's going on there. The only thing they see is Dancer and Krisha dancing around them relentlessly. It has to be a fight. But who's gonna start it? Oh, the tension is so high.
It is so high. Somebody is going to go in, somebody is going to flash in, going to look for an opportunity.
Dancer did miss a hook, but that was not the trigger for Back to the Game. They're still not going in, poking with Sisyph from afar, taking out a little chunks of health bots from devils.one one by one. Akura merely escaping. Another attempt for him to be the sacrificial lamb for the rest of the team. But devils.one are moving on to start taking the Nash. Now back to the game. Finally have to answer. Finally, it's time to decide. Do something, please. A really good Weaver's Wall from Reboot to zone them out. They have to take, yes. No, they've stolen it! They have stolen the Nash away from them, and now they are fighting with them, and they are killing them one after another. Reboot is dead. It's a killing spray for Shasku. Dancer has to be the next. No held bar on this for Nautilus. And yes, CDF is on a rampage. The conduct Orn throwing in the own of the Forge Golds. But that is not enough. He is dead. Next one, dead. The enemy base, quite likely dead as well.
It just felt like it wasn't the steal of a Nashor, it was the steal of faith. It was the steal of, hope. Steal on the side of players of devils.one, but with this one smite, with this one button, Shasku just took it all from them alongside with the team. Back to the game, are going to destroy the Nexus, and they are going to get the second win today.
2-1 back to the game. 1-2 devils.one. It was a really hard game to predict, even while in the game itself. As the game was going, it felt like a roller coaster with one team taking the advantage and the other one taking it back away from them. Back and forth, but in the end, back to the game, did find a really good angle onto the enemies, and I really want to talk about it more, but how about we talk about it with the winners themselves? We have the pleasure to have Akoda on the interview with us. Hello, Akoda, welcome. And wait, before we go into anything, picture this. It is close to the end of the game. You know that this is going to be a decisive fight. devils.one are going to take Nash. This is your chance or their chance. What is going on through your heads and through your voice comms?
In that moment, we knew that they had to do something. Otherwise, we were just stronger in that place in the game. So we were just waiting for them to make the mistake. And when they did, we just pulled the trigger and we won the game.
Easy as that.
Hello, Accorder. Congratulations on the win. Long time no see on the interview since you left the second division, but you left it to conquer Ultraliga. Last split was pretty successful. This one is just starting, so I don't know where are you going to end up. But in this game, you end up in a really nice position, behind the drag, behind the wall, a great flank. I was hyping this moment up. You flashed in and what happened? Was it the CC chain? Was it the I don't know, indecisiveness in your making the progression towards them? Please explain me from your perspective what exactly happened in this fight around the Drake.
I mean, this game in general was pretty hard to play as an engager, because even if I had the Mercury threats and Tenacity in runes, they still had a lot of knockups, which Tenacity doesn't work on. So it was really hard to find any way to engage. So, and even if I found, as you saw, I just got one hook or one Rex W, and I cannot move for the 3.7 seconds, which is the exact same time as I'm dead. So, I was trying. It still made space for my team and time to catch up and do their job. And in the end, it worked out. So I guess it was worth it.
Now, Akoda, this is your time to diss absolutely everybody in Ultraliga. How do you fare your opponents in this split?
I think that after first week, it's pretty. Maybe it's not obvious, but it can be seen that in this split, everyone can win with everyone. There's really no stompers and bottom huggers that are defined to lose or win. So we just go into every match with the same preparation, with the same motivation, and we're not. We're taking every enemy like it's a real opponent for us.
And with this attitude, I think you might get a lot of wins. You, as a team, didn't change that much during the course, starting from the second division. The first split in the first Ultraliga, you actually only swapped top lane. Right now, the change happened on the bot lane as well. We miss Salami, but we are very happy for Loten to be playing with you. What are your thoughts about this change? Did you actually take part in this this process? Do you find it, better synergy with Loten? What are your thoughts as a support on this move?
I mean, I played with Loten a while ago in second Ultraliga in grind back in the day. I think that between the splits, we are thinking what we could improve to place better than in spring split, and we thought that we can try out our substitute, which was Loten, and turned out that we prefer to play with him more, and he stayed, and now this is our main roster, which doesn't mean that Salami won't ever play again. Right now we're just playing like we do.
Yeah, right now he's having a little 2 weeks vacation. I know that.
Yeah, it is what it is.
It is what it is indeed. Wise words of the wise man. Thank you so much, Koda, for yet another interview with us. And you know how it goes, right? Go on.
Okay, so I'll just do shout out for my entire team, entire organization, for entire Brekownia server, Chizu, Karo, Konrad, Luny, and Kasia. Yeah, that's all.
Awesome.
Right, that was a nice list of shouts out. That was a nice game from your side. Next time, please be more careful. Please, beware of those flanks and not, cause a heart attack for me and all of the fans cheering for you. Thank you very much. Congratulations, and hopefully we will see each other at yet another interview.
Yeah, me waiting too. Hello, Jello.
Hello, Zello. I really love those guys. That's what I meant while going with back to the game, not the devils.one. Know those guys. I like those guys, but the energy inside the team, inside the organization, after beating Zero Tenacity this split, after almost beating Zero Tenacity in the previous split, is just amazing. Cheering for them. Happy that they win, but I'm worried. I'm worried that the other teams, as Accorder mentioned, are equally strong to each other, and every match could be like almost 50-50.
Well, let's have a look then at what is laying ahead of us in tomorrow's schedule. We are going to open the day with Orbit Anonymo going against devils.one. Then we will have Back to the Game versus Forsaken. Ooh, I'm personally looking forward to this one. Then Matty USA LODIS versus GRP. And to close, to wrap up the week, it's going to be Iron Wolves versus Zero Tenacity.
Once again, a lot of great matches. If you just look at the schedule, we are thinking, and we know for sure that the second match is going to be match of the week. I mean, the third place team from the spring split really performing well against unbeaten Forsaken. That's going to be it. But the other matches also, after all of those teams, not sitting at 0 wins, not sitting at 0 points, everybody could win against everybody. It's just making Ultraliga even more exciting.
Yes, and we can't wait to see what tomorrow is going to bring to us in terms of these amazing games, the outplays and everything, including the bloodbath that we really love seeing in our Ultraliga. But for today, this is going to be it. Thank you very much, Majutek, for joining me today for yet another great cast with you. My name is Solari, and we were very welcome to have you here. Very welcome. We're very happy, but also we welcome you, of course, to have here with us today at this day at Ultraliga. Make sure you do come tomorrow. Stay safe, and we'll see you here.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí,
Ah, mira,
¿tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Okay, bro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata e-sportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.